Why, hello universe. Happy day of the week to you. Hopefully you're staying cool or appropriately warm if you happen to be in a cold part of the world. But holy guacamole, it's quite warm here today. Looks like it's going to be going at a whopping 97 Fahrenheit, 36 Celsius. So it's going to be warm. Hopefully we can stay cool with some cube, I guess. I don't know if cube is inherently cool, but maybe we can stay warm with it anyways. Let me put on this soundtrack. It's just going to be Factorio music, but it'll give us some variety because it'll go through the base game stuff. Hopefully stream is working okay. Everything is working fine. Awesome. I'm a little out of it today, admittedly, but that's okay because we're here, and I think that's the important thing. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, that power plant ain't getting done with this. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, well, I think the name of the game today is going to be improving our general material flow and throughput on things. Mausoleum, I forgot. What is that supposed to be? Okay, more storage over there. More delicious squarular cereal? What does that even mean? Oh, okay. I gotta start leaving myself better messages. Clearly the gelatinous tower is an issue, and it appears the cube has gotten stuck somehow. I made the rules wrong. I always mess up that. That should be an easy enough fix, thankfully. I'm gonna remove these for now and then put in a storage box, just so we can keep making them every now and then. Oh no, we're out of storage. Crazy. Ideally we'll put it somewhere that won't be disrupted. I guess here is already pretty cramped. Okay, right, so I have like a really scrungly setup. I think we work on this last, ironically, because it's already really tight and there's other things to work on, which will take a good chunk of time to get going. Although, yeah, this is like a testament to how slow it's going to get going. Apparently my rules for taking out the cube are not good enough because it still hasn't finished. Wait, where's Cube Cam? Oh, wait, what? Oh, there's Cube Cam. I was so lost without it. How does one live without Cube Cam? I think working on the mausoleum and more storage here is like step number one, because we clearly need a boatload of this stuff, and it's very useful for a lot of things, including keeping our gelatinous tar rolling. Hey Fabian, nice to see ya. Oh, goodness gracious, what a day. It's very early and I'm ready to go back to bed. Let's start over there though. I think that's a good plan. I think plan one is to just move the stop a little bit so we have more breathing room, because there's no reason for it to turn right here specifically. Plus there's an extra rail there anyways. So this is going to temporarily break everything and then we'll fix it in a little bit. But let's give it some breathing room. That'll give it a little bit more space, make it a lot easier to just cascade a few mausoleums, so to speak. Which will give us a lot more storage space, and at that point we can cascade them like this so we can load 3 different trains at once, which was my original plan. Granted, we're going to need a bunch of loaders, so I kind of want to set up loader automation as well. Let's fix these rails so our trains can actually train once more. Probably important to make it so that our trains can successfully train. Maybe it's not the most important thing in the world, but I think it's important. That's much better on space. Why does this one look so wonky? Because I placed it really weird. There we go. For now, that's fine. I can move it further and stuff, but this is just like a placeholder of what we need. None of those are actually available in the system other than a handful of belts. But the important thing is just making it so the rails can rail. Sweet. So let us turn our focus over to, I guess, getting loaders set up. I feel like we push this off. Oh, right. It's the spectrolite. Maybe we nab the cube and do a cycle of spectrolite again, just to get like some loaders made. Alternatively, we could skip loaders for now as well. Can you upgrade Planet to a loader? Probably. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Should probably not do those ones though. And like call for these to not be good. Did the train stop make it? I don't see a train stop there. I'm thinking the train stop didn't make it. No, the train stop's right there. Holy guacamole. Yeah, we had no space basically. It's gonna be a pretty marked improvement. Although now this is all unplugged. Gotta plug that back in. Also probably want to get a few signals down. So it's not all scrungly anymore. Okay, so we can load that better. Let's handcraft a few mausoleums because that much is easy. I want to make it so when the cube comes here, we produce way more. I want most of these to be full by the time the cube leaves this area. It's taking way too long, and this singular offloading train is not nearly enough of what we need. We need to scale this up pretty dramatically. I wish I could say I was laying in bed last night and a bunch of like great ideas came to me in regards to cube, but unfortunately did not. So no magical solutions to start at least. I could probably afford a few more crushers, but the current issue is not like a throughput of crushers issue as much as it's just like an issue of not enough materials going through. Because we just run out. So for now, I'm going to just set it up so they just kind of cascade down and save us some time. There's no wiring over here. This is effectively just a loading bay. I could also use mausoleums for loading because 2 of them will load an area, but it's fine. All right, we also need power poles. It would be very unfortunate to not have power poles and have our poor mausoleums unable to load. I'm aware that you can't find your destination. I'm terribly sorry about that, train. This will be your destination at one point. Wait, which train? Oh no, the Ultra Cube is on a train. I see. Cool, this is DCO pickup again, but it's not going to be able to pick up right now because I'm working on the stop itself. Oh, right. No, this is going to be awkward altogether. We're going to have to load the cube. I think into a 4th slot, I guess. I completely forgot about that. Honestly, go drop off the cube. You got to go. You have your inactivity anyways. I think the rules I have might dictate that the cube can't be released from this right now. Cool. I just enabled disabled really quick just to rescue the cube because now it's not the time. As much as I would love more of those materials, I need a little bit more time to work. Particularly, I need to figure out how... I guess not figure out how. I need to redesign this so that the cube is picked up at the final spot rather than the secondary one. Ideally while keeping our wiring too. So we'll have the train go in the final car. Oops, got that going the wrong way. Gotta go in the wrong way twice? I don't know what I'm doing. Turn down that music a little bit. Okay, it looks like it kept the wiring, but where did this need to go? It needs to go way further. So what did this need? I can see there's a wire input that's green here, but is this one green just to connect these two? Surely there was more green, but the green never came down here. Maybe I just use this as a placeholder to get the wire across. Because all this is checking for is the deep core ore, and this doesn't actually check for anything like that. It just has a filter to put it in. Alright, cool. So we'll call for 2 more wagons, which I'm assuming we don't have auto-crafted. We do not. we'll craft some wagons really quick, put those into a box, and then the bots will take them for us. And then we need to work on improving that stop so that it can... Actually, the stop is fine. It says we already upgraded it. Wow, the wagons craft so fast. What the heck? Color me surprised. Alright, cool. So... I guess we'll just put these by the train itself. In case I want to double up on these at some point, let's do it like this. We'll just do the bottom lanes for now. I wonder if there's a more efficient way to do this. No, though, there totally is. I should feed out the sides like I was doing before. Actually, no, don't undo those ones. It's a little bit awkward where our stop is. We could move it upwards, but I'm not gonna. This is fine enough. Not perfect, but fine enough is kind of what we're striving for today. It'll get done. Alright, cool. So put that over there. Bring this upward, and then... No, even this one's a little bit awkward. That's okay, we'll do a little awkward. I can live with that. Awkward can be kind of charming anyways, so... Awkward is fine. I need to do shift. I don't know why I don't do shift, and I always underground under a tree and go, what a waste. There we go. So this isn't perfect, but it will allow it to unload. With loaders, it'll be a lot better. The important thing is this is going to allow it to actually like do things. Did I make too few of those? No, that should be fine. Missing a car. Did I stop making cars? Oh, right, because you haven't gotten engine units in a really long time because I was gunking them all. Oh my god, you're full on engine units. Great. Should get another car soon. Although it is interesting, our calcium problem is truly manifesting because we just haven't had cars because I've been stealing all the engine units. Alright, apparently we need one more of those signals as well, so... I'll just craft a few and then put that in a box. This should be good now. Except for the fact that it's not good at all and I was completely wrong and that was my bad, admittedly. But it's almost good. So that is wired to check the box and then to the radio, it looks like. I'll need to fix that once more. Why is that wired all the way down there? Surely it was to check if we need to take the cube off, right? That's almost certainly what it was, is it was taking the cube off, but I don't think the cube... With our new rules, I don't think that that matters. The cube shouldn't show up here basically ever except for once, so having no rule on that should be fine. I can try to fix it later. If not, it should be pretty simple. We do need to set up a new rule, though, for how long we want the cube to do this, which we'll use here to make it simple. We'll have two inserters. One goes in, and then one returns to the live stream down here. I did it with a stupid tree again. Cool. So the rule will be we could do something really simple. We'll check this storage box. If this storage box is underneath a certain amount of deep crystal ore, which is not deep crystal, deep core crystal, which is very different. It's just deep core ore. If that falls under, we'll say 2k in this box, which is already like pretty unlikely since it has to buffer into 3 more boxes now. it'll go back through the system and be used over and over again. Again, this isn't going to take power from like the base itself, so it should be fine to spend a little bit of extra time here. And then we will do the exact same rule reversed right here. And that's when it'll be good to go home. So we'll enable disable. We'll, whoops, I want to do that the other way around. There we go. And we'll just do it so that if this is greater, then wait, no, that's less than. How do I keep messing those up all the time? Right? If it's less than 2000, this one goes on. If it's greater than 2000, this one goes on. Perfect. Great, so now this should work just fine when the cube comes back around again. Other than this powerful. Sweet, being that our calcium's about to back up, I need to go feed some engine units into the system over there to make sure it's gonna get a few cars out. Definitely needs to be improved, but you know, baby steps. All right, I forgot we got the other power option involving the deep core powder, which makes it more efficient, and we're working on our nuclear reactor up here. So power is going to be fixed pretty soon. I'm going to grab a stack of them from this box and put them in there, and then I'm going to grab another stack and put them in the car maker. The car only takes 2 for each one, so there should be plenty of cars to keep us going for a while just by sticking those 50 in there. It will naturally get them on occasion, but this way we can keep our calcium destruction going. Where's the cube going? Ah, it's to the gelatinous part. I couldn't figure out. I was like, where does it go downwards other than to the train? Cool. So now this should be fine. These don't need rules. This will just pull out the cube if it's here. It'll run it through here. So mausoleum, I forgot, should be okay for now. Again, I'd like to replace it with loaders ASAP, and I did leave spacing for that. We got spectral electronics, which means our science is running again, but we can delete that from our list of things to do. More delicious squarular cereal. That's, I don't want to say it's a tricky one, but it's one that we have to, I mean, that one has to go in order after this because we need a bunch more deep core powder to justify this. Really, I think it's just remove it out of this area because it's not particularly demanding on how many things need to come to it, but it is demanding on the fact that we're going to need a bunch of them. So I'm going to delete this preemptively because we're going to move this squarular cereal somewhere else. I'm thinking we probably want to go up on the synthesizer as well. I keep thinking about it. Maybe we do 8 instead, but maybe 8's overkill. But like, being that these demand 8 each, and we're gonna need a good chunk of them, and we're already basically always running out by the time we get back. Like, I think if we see that we run out of something before it returns, it's a sign that we need more of it. Like, should be pretty simple mathematics there. So hopefully we can go ahead and fix that up. Although I remember this being kind of annoying to upgrade last time. I guess I'll just copy paste the entire thing. Now there are like a deluge of pipes over here, so we're going to try to do it over the pipes. Now we also need to consider that this is going to be going onto the same belts effectively. I think a good way to do it is if we move it up here. Actually, I don't know if we can fit 8 more up here. Let's start by seeing to see if we can fit 8 more as like a start. Now we're going to impact that belt of fuel. We could do one horizontally like this. This might be the plan here instead. Looks like they feed out roughly the same direction, so I don't hate this. And it fits in quite nicely. So I think we're going to do that. Let's line it up and then rotate it twice, I think, because it might make the piping a little easier. It looks like our requisite pipes are over here. On the other hand, this is going to make the belts go the wrong way, but it should be easy to fix. But let's set this up and we'll call that good. Looks like none of our pipes are touching, which is nice because it's really close to the danger zone of pipes. We're going to just bring this up to 16 of them instead of 8, hopefully. We'll have them feed into the same general belts, or at least we can have them like go into a storage which then feeds into the belts, perhaps Didley. I don't know exactly how I'm going to feed them in yet, but I know we need more of them. Perhaps it's just a better idea to move the entire field, actually. You know, I'm having second thoughts. I'm having less remorse about moving cubes. Let me undo that. I think the better idea is to take this area up here and do it. It's a little further than from our base than before, but we have a lot more breathing room to do it, and we can expand it outwards much more if I do something like that. So I'm thinking that's probably the play. Let's remake both of them up here, and we'll do one on the left, and then we'll flip it horizontally, and we'll do one on the right as well. And that way we can have, assuming we do one line of belt each of them, we can go up to 8 lines of belts now, which would be kind of cool. I don't know how much space I want exactly, so I'm gonna just put them up here for now, and then I'll figure it out. I think it's gonna be the next major project. I know I said 8 lines of belt, so ideally we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That looks decent. Although it's slightly not symmetrical, I think. Yeah, it's 3 on this side. I hope I was right about that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that's better. That way we can have 8 lines of belts. The benefit to this, I mean, obviously more throughput. Because right now we have like kind of like a, you know, we have the source splits into 4, but then those 4 immediately split into more than 4 effectively. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 going out, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if we could just have like a line going to different places in different parts of the base and then have some splitters to like balance it out, it could be quite nice for us. So maybe we'll aim for that. I think this is the first part of improving our squarular shapes, as it were. This said, it's going to take a pretty tremendous amount of synthesizers, and in addition to that, it's probably also going to take a pretty... Oh, hey, it's over at the thing doing the thing. We should keep an eye on it to make sure it's working. The throughput is an issue without the loaders. Alright, that's fine. We'll let it do it this time. How quickly are you loading? You're only looking for 2K now. Alright, you're loading just fine. We'll obviously change you over to 6K from 2K before. Hopefully that updates the actual, this thing itself, not DCO. That's the one right there. Cool, so it didn't update this at all, so I need to update that. Good to know that you can update interrupts in real time, but they won't change the actual interrupt. Oh, the cube never came home. I mean, it'll go back to grab it, but we'll have to add a little bit more of a wait for that as well. The 20 seconds of inactivity doesn't take into account anymore that the cube can get stuck in there. I mean, it won't get stuck in there in the future, so I'll just leave it in 20 for now. It will go back to pick up the cube, even though the cube is, like, scared and alone right now. What's our ruling for dropping off the cube? Oh, this is fine. So it's dropped off all of its stuff. It's gonna go pick up the cube. Obviously, this is cube waste, so we would rather not do this. But we can fix it once we have loaders. It shouldn't become an issue anymore. I just got rid of cube cam without thinking about it. Give me cube cam back. I feel so lost without it. Let's make some synthesizers. A boatload of matter units, which we're not going to see more of for a while, so got a little bit of time to plan out the overall design, I suppose. We're also apparently gone on n-dimensional widgets, which is a pretty tremendous surprise to me. The base is just kind of drying up at this point, which is a little bit alarming. Hopefully we can get that mostly fixed up. For now, I'm going to just slurp some more of the basic matter units, because we need a bunch of them. I think that we're gonna need 8 more of those synthesizers. I'm surprised. I feel like we're never out of n-dimensional widgets. I wonder what happened. Now, another thing too is I think we're gonna have to set more rules for the ultra dense furnaces making matter replication gel. It makes it relatively quickly. It's a 4-second crafting time, so it's not that bad, and it loads fairly quickly as well. This being said, I currently have a storage of 100,000 of it available. I think we probably want to bump that up quite a bit. Each one of these recipes takes only 400, actually. I guess it's not so bad. I was thinking matter replication gel is a lot more expensive, although we should still store more just in case. I think the name of the game is just going to be way... Cube, what are you doing? You were supposed to go home. Ah, I see. There does need to be a rule for keeping the cube in here. I didn't realize there needed to be a rule, but there does need to be a rule. Oh, it even has the rule already. Great. I'm gonna put you on manual for a second. We'll switch you back to automatic as soon as the cube pops back out, which is not going to be a short amount of time. Again, loaders will make this so much better. It's just the issue of these 3 bulk inserters doing all the weight. I should have probably removed this one and then just have it go back there, but I thought having 2 extra storages would result in having way more of these mausoleums full of deep core ore, so the train would be able to run longer. And again, with better loaders versus these, it'll be a lot better, but for the moment we'll have to grit and bear it, kind of micro the cube a little bit. Take a bit of time, so we can just keep an eye on cube cam and then fix it up afterwards. So we're going to need our piping to go upwards, particularly for this matter gel. I don't think it... Okay, that's steam as well that it inputs. So we're going to need steam and matter gel. Bring the matter gel up here. Does the steam plug into the main steam? It does plug into the main steam. Something worth noting is we're still going to want steam. Like, even though we're setting up the other source of power, we're still going to want steam simply because it's used in a lot of recipes, and I don't think we produce a full positive of steam. So in spite of this being used for steam engines, these will mostly just be off while our nuclear power is running. We can also just disconnect them too if we don't need them, because my understanding of steam engines is they'll only run and consume if there's a need for them, at least when it comes to solar panels and stuff. I don't know what takes priority between steam engines and these engines over here, the heavy turbines. They might take priority, and if they do, we'll set up a power switch or something so that they'll kick on if we run out of power. But otherwise, we just want that steam to be stored in a tank and used for the cube. I guess a lot of tanks, ideally. Didn't realize we had so many steam tanks. I forgot we expanded it out there. Cool. So now the cube is back on the train, so we can go ahead and send it, go on automatic, and it will make the ruling, and it'll go, you know, I do have a bunch of cargo and a cube, so I'm good to go. This ruling is kind of dumb, thinking about it critically. I guess I can get rid of the inactivity rule on that one. I have to do it manually on this. I can get rid of the inactivity on this one, because if it has the cube, it should just be good to go. Cool. Cube gets dropped off. It goes, you know what? I have a bunch of stuff. I close cube cam. I have a bunch of stuff that I need to drop off. So let's go drop off all that stuff. And this should be a pretty tremendous improvement on our total deep core crystal, because every time it's used more there, like 1, we have 3 trains, 2, these are being loaded even while we're not here, so there's just a bunch more stops we can do. So it should help a lot, which in theory should help us a pretty dramatic amount when it comes to the gelatinous tar production, which goodness knows we need a pretty generous amount of, because we're already, looks like, running out of it. There it goes. So this is good. These are all baby steps. It'll give us more coal, which means more gelatinous tar, which means everything is good. So it did leave the base for a while, which was kind of horrible, but so it goes. The 7-sided cube, the 7-stream streak. Why is that so hard to say? You're so right, Ergonomicon, though. As soon as your cube hits a 7th side, you've entered Eldritch territory and things are no longer okay. So what I'm thinking is we take this locale once I clean it out and we move the sophisticated matter units over there. A couple of reasons. 1, it'll be directly downstream of where we bring this stuff through, which is great because this stuff uses a bunch of it, and I think it's going to basically be our upgraded versions of matter units. I mean, just judging by the name, it's a sophisticated matter unit instead of a basic one, so I think this is effectively going to be our steel plate equivalent. Just a very important thing. So I think having it 1 downstream and 2 right next to like where we're making a bunch of it, it's going to be a very, very big improvement for us. Obviously, I'm going to leave this plugged in for now because we need a bunch of material still to get the base rolling. But I figure with 16 of them, it'll be better. To be honest with you, I'm kind of tempted to go for 32. I mean, what we have now isn't bad. This is going to be double that. I mean, it's not good either, though. So 16 will probably be good. It's just hard to know how much to commit to, I suppose. I'm not really concerned about the power. Speaking of the power, have we gotten any more set up here? I assume no. That's a few of them that have popped up. I don't remember those top ones. Oh, right. I forgot I stuck a stack of stuff in there. At least the cars are going again. What else are we missing? Anything notable? The drills down there. There are splendid drills for this. But again, honestly, I'm going to just remove them for now so they're not barking at us because we're not really going through it quick enough to care too much at the moment. We can apply them all later. It'll be pretty easy to do, but which is good. So where is the train? Yeah, we just don't process it that fast, which is fine. I mean, uranium is so vibey. Like, we've already got a really solid amount of fuel cells for how little effort we put in. It's way too easy for how strong the power is, in my opinion. I granted this is like the big investment is setting this up, but once that's set up, it's just like easy peasy lemon squeezy. Don't worry about it anymore. Okay, so we're going through our matter units over here now. I wanted to grab something. What did I want to grab? All right, it was the these. But I feel like we got another recipe for the widgets. Am I crazy for thinking that? It's unfortunate that it's so hard to check. I really wish this Factorio PDO is turned on. So bizarre. It's like I don't want to see things ahead of me. So I get it because I think that that's going to be like a space age type upgrade. Or a 2.1 or something, not space age specifically. Where you can like lock it to only have recipes you know. But I really want to see, like, have I forgotten something? I guess I could probably search it in the tech, right? Okay, if these are the only two that show up for widgets, so I think we're basically stuck on these two for now, which isn't that bad for the record. Things are flowing in the base once more. You're briefly stuck here because we're just not loading it as quick as we'd like to, which is fine. The question becomes, how do we want to store these? We can go 2 more of these if we're going to do 8 lanes and then break it into... I mean, the issue is like fitting 8 lanes down here is going to be a bit of a pain. The lanes don't get too picked through either. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have 8 boxes for storage. So each one can, or 2 of them will store 1 box again. So we'll get more things stored all together. And we'll have those 8 boxes just spit out a line each and then go back into this. Because then we can pull more lines from them later if we want, but it won't change the general structure right here and cramp the style of the base too much. I say style, I don't mean like cramp its style, like... I mean like, you know what I mean. It's just, it's not going to be gunked up. It'll be all good. I'd like to switch to loaders basically everywhere too. I know I said I was going to make some spectrolite. I don't know if I should do that now or in a little bit. Let's wait until we finish this project and then we'll do spectrolite. But on the other hand, we're gonna need some spectrolite for this project, thinking about it. All right, give me the cube. Come on. Mom said it's my turn with the cube. Heck. Can I make any of those yet? Ah, no, you need to go over to there. Cube, which one are you in? There you are. Yeah, because if we have loaders on these and we can unload them faster, I mean, it's just going to be a big win for us. The cube is mine. I have become the cube holder. Please go into here. I beg of you. I need so many widgets, you have no idea. I forgot this produces water. What a peculiar byproduct. Okay, it's actually so many widgets. Wait, you already left? Why'd you leave? Wait, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. Why'd you leave? More than 10? Wait, how did you leave? Cube, please come back. I really need more widgets. Yoink. Out cubed. Surely there wasn't 10 in the box at the same time. I feel like that rule is also kind of outdated, so let's update that really quick. A 10 in the box is probably from... I mean, the logic of it is that there shouldn't be 10 in the box at once, but I guess if we unload it quick enough into the box, there certainly can be more than 10 in the box very quickly. Okay, so we'll change this over to 100 in the box instead. Sweet. Okay, 180 is exactly as many as I need, which is pretty nice. Yeah, 10 in the box. We just load the box way too quick for that rule to make sense anymore. Even now, it's like probably going to hit 100 before it can stock it up meaningfully. Maybe not because it's loading rare earth metals so slowly. Although we can certainly load those quicker, which we should absolutely be doing. Even with this, feeding 4 of them at once is not enough to keep up with the speed. A lot of micro optimizations be made in the base. Now this one should be able to kick on basically after the next input or two. I feel like we never noticed an issue with the widgets before. I have to make you follow the same rules, otherwise it'll just be RNG who gets it. I guess it's not RNG, I think it's a 50-50. Cool. Alright, so we've got our widgets. We're going to make our synthesizers. We need stone bricks. Oh, heck, I forgot about those, but that's fine because we have basically everything else, I think. Grab those stone bricks. Get our improved setup. Again, it's going to be a little bit further away, but I'm really starting to feel more confident not having everything beyond the rectangle of power, the cube of cubitude. Where am I going? I was looking for stone bricks. Those are probably about here. They are, in fact, about here. Awesome. So we can make 5 more synthesizers now. We're gonna need a couple more after that. I think it's probably more stone bricks that we were kept on. What was it? Shockingly, it is not stone bricks, but it's a little bit of stone bricks. It's actually the matter units, which is, it makes sense. It's a lot of them for each one. And this is a pretty big upgrade for the base. So it makes sense that we'd be hurting a little bit on them. Oops, sorry, little bots. I thought you were gonna reach me. Again, the name of the game seems to be just produce a bunch at one spot, store a bunch at that spot, and then hopefully you buy enough time for your cube to be able to take its world tour and come back. That will put us at the 8 we need. They almost look like a little fish when storing some stuff there. Ah yeah, our storage is totally full. No wonder we needed more of them. Okay, so this is mostly fixed. Again, the issue is going to stem from the fact that we don't have loaders and it's checking this box over here. So it's going to be a little bit awkward. I think with loaders it'll be better, but for now we just need to suck it up. Loaders come from Spectralite. Spectralite comes from folding the cube into 64 cubes. Something we don't have. I guess we could technically do it right now. We don't really have the luxury of being able to do it this exact second because I want to get this project done first. All right, so we have some basic matter units. As soon as I pick this up, we're not going to have any more. So I'm going to leave this set down for now, and then I'll call for deconstructing it later once I'm positive that this is like good to go. I only made 4 of them because we have, or 8 of them, excuse me, because we have 8 of them over here. I'm going to make a deconstruction planner specifically for trees. It's something I haven't done yet. Trees rocks only. I forgot you could just check that off. I was like, how do you whitelist it? Cool. So we have our deconstruction planner, which is specifically for trees and rocks, so we can put it over here, and then we can get a better idea of what space we're working with. I wonder what that's waiting on. Is it not draining quick enough? I wonder if a pump would help with that. Ah, no, it's just not loading wood quick enough. Thankfully, the wood exists in a box and everything. Getting a bigger box so we could load it better would be nice. Although I think also you might be able to use a loader to load directly into here. I don't know if it just works with boxes or machines like this. I don't think I've ever tried a loader with a machine, so it's something we want to consider. Basically, I'm putting loaders on everything to bandage fix it once we can get them. It does appear that the tree farm itself, though, or the improved tree farm, I should say, resulted in plenty of wood to maintain this every time we swing by. More storage tanks could also be nice, so there's less trips over here, obviously. But this is good. Gelatinous tar is in very high demand, and the demand is only going to go up. So we might need to improve it even more. All right, cool. So we have belt 1, belt 2, belt 3, and belt 4. And that way we can have these ones up here load into the middle. This is actually a lot easier to set up than I thought, to be honest with you. Oh, it actually looks super nice too. I mean, it's literally just like 8 belts side by side. I'll give you that one. I don't know. It slotted together easier than I thought. Now, I'm saying this before I actually look to make sure that the piping works out just fine. It should, in theory, what we should require is literally just like one set of pipes that go like this in the middle. That should be it. And then everything's connected. In regards to that, what about the steam? The steam is not going to be connected quite yet, though. It looks like the steam has only an upward to leave, so we probably want to change that up. Alternatively, we can just have the steam come down. With the design now, it actually seems easier to just have the steam come down. So I'm going to just do that. Oh my god, it lines up perfectly. Haters will say it's fake, staged, pre-recorded stream. Believers will know it's a pre-recorded stream because I am still asleep right now. Cool. So, no, aesthetic-wise, it's gonna have to be one more. Brutal. All aesthetic value is deleted. It doesn't look too bad anyways. Cool. So we have a steam going through here. Now, we have to be careful, though. No, is this only a steam input? Yeah, there's no steam output, so we need to be careful. I was going to say we might need some pumps to make sure that the steam actually goes outwards. Doesn't look necessary. Looks like we are just fine, so I'm going to put this over. I'd rather put it away from the belts if I can. It looks like I have a big old power pole in there. I'm not going to plug it into this because this is all getting deconstructed, so I'll make sure that it plugs in down here so that we're good with that long connection across here. Cool, a lot of free space now. It looks like the cube is doing pretty much its longest thing right now, which is going to be being left behind by a train, almost 100% chance. So I think while we have this luxury, we're going to just deconstruct all this now. It actually got picked up by the train. I guess my rules fixed it, which is shocking. I don't remember exactly what I changed. Now, what do we have circuitry reading? The circuits are reading the belts, which carried over to there. We have green reading here, which is just a combinator here, and the combinator is determining where it goes. So we're gonna need this combinator and these cubes to, I guess we can just reuse them, in theory. I could still use these cubes as a storage for keeping these lines, so it shouldn't be that bad. Mausoleum is a 3x3. I really wish we had a 4x4. That would be so nice. Be ultra cash money, but instead I think we'll just do this for now. Obviously we need loaders, so I guess I need Spectralite to finish this build in practice. But there, now we have that, we should be able to... Does this reach that far, or is it one too short? No way. I only need to move these pipes, admittedly. This steam pipe is no longer necessary, so I can just deconstruct that altogether. We have the steam plugged in on the side there. Now, where's a good place to plug this in? These are all connected, so it should be fine anywhere. So we'll go and sneak it on this side. So we have the steam going in the left, and then the matter juice, which has a name that I've forgotten, will go into the right side. Let's just clear out this so we can see a little bit better. Pushing alt is like the scariest thing ever for a Factorio player, I swear. Feels like I'm not wearing my glasses. Shout out to the people like me who have been wearing glasses literally their entire life. Never knowing the joys of just like hopping in the shower and being able to visibly see. Really though, these glasses are not just for show. Oh, this is kind of spaghetti, but it does work. All right, so that's all connected. That's all connected. The steam is connected as well. I'm going to leave this for one more activation, and then I'm going to nab the cube, and we're going to put it through the Spectralite process a little bit. This outputs ghost crystals. How long does this take? 1 second crafting time. All right. Cool. Cool. So these are going to... I'll filter it. Oh, this is so stressful. I hate turning it into a phantom. I know it's going to be something we do normally. Just going to pull those out and go over there. and we'll filter it. And this will be ghost crystal, and we'll filter it. That'll be the consumed cube, and then they go right through here. They get repaired, they go through here. Although I think we got a new recipe, actually, didn't we? To use like some fluid or something to recharge the cube. Was it Seance? Yeah, bottled euphoria can be used to charge it as well, and then potentially give a flask back. Now, I don't know if I'm truly overflowing in euphoria right now, though I think despair was being used for something else, or whatever the other one is called. I think it's despair before it's bottled, and then it becomes something else. There it is. So that's despair, that's joy, that becomes anguish, that's what it is. And then that becomes euphoria. It does appear that our despair and anguish are perfectly balanced currently. That is certainly going to change because we have to use despair for things. So we will, in theory, be using that recipe. Just not quite yet. Because Seance itself takes it on the other side, right? Yeah, so anguish is used for ectoplasm itself, gives us a dormant constituent, and then ectoplasm, and then you can use a euphoria to restore it. So outside of this loop, we're going to end up really lopsided, having far too much anguish rather than euphoria. But in this loop, it should balance out perfectly, so our numbers should stay fine. So when we're using it for ectoplasm, we're going to want to do it near that area where we're making the joy and euphoria. Perhaps we'll need to make even more of it. I am certainly willing to believe that there's not enough joy, or euphoria and despair, I should say, currently in our lives, and we could maybe step that up a few notches. Why are you stuck in here? Another loader situation. Every day it's just a loader situation. This one can be rectified at least a little bit. Not having the ability to choose which lane things drop in. These aren't going to be perfect, but they'll be better. This ruling is checking for if there's enough stuff here, as well as if we have enough metal in these boxes. So it makes sense it went down there. Hopefully that fixed it a little bit. Okay, so we're going to get ready for the seance. We need the cube to be restored, so it needs to go through this process, which again doesn't consume the cube, which is good. But I would like a buffer, so to speak, of this stuff. I think I'll do this right box and just briefly turn it off so we can have it just in case. I don't think we're going to need it though, do we? Do either of these steps take matter? No. Looks like a whopping nope. It's just whether or not we're going to run out of power. So I can probably leave it on. I'm just nervous. I don't like turning the cube into 64 cubes. We can technically bounce back if it goes badly. It's just going to be a little bit unfortunate to do so. Once more, the reason we're doing this specific process is because loaders, which are just like really, really fancy inserters effectively, that are belt inserters, take spectrally on each of them, which is, in this case, very expensive because we can only get it through that method. And what I'm looking to do here takes 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160 times 2, 320 spectrally, and I have a whopping 0. I guess it's not 0. I have 18 of it right now, 8 of it, which is not nearly enough to do what we want. The spectralite recipe is 8 ghost crystals, outputs 4 spectralite, I believe. Yeah, that's what it is. Outnumbered by cube, very frightening. When the cube starts rising up and its numbers surpass yours, there's certainly reason to be concerned. I think it's a very valid concern at that. Okay, so you're doing this now because we're low on cerebral substrate. Once you're done with that, you're getting you're getting put in the box, buddy. How's our steam looking? That would certainly be the worst case scenario, is if we ran out of steam during this. Thankfully, because we have these boxes with condensed fuel, we buy ourselves a lot more time for running out of fuel. It's still possible, but running out of steam is the fear, effectively. Alright, you're done. You're coming with me now. We're making ethanol from potatoes. What a mod. Alright, I'm going to let this run through, like I said before, just so the base isn't completely starved and can do stuff in the meantime. Then we're going to temporarily do this. We will need a permanent setup for this eventually, for the record. Like, this here is not permanent. This is just what we're doing right now to make a few more loaders because we need them in a lot of areas. This will be unfortunately a necessary part of our base at one point. I say unfortunately, it's really not that bad, and I'm being a little bit dramatic about it, but it just stresses me out a lot, to be honest with you. Something we can do is, no, even if we have loaders, this isn't gonna unload any quicker. It'll be fine. Surprised the cube went all the way through here. I guess it deemed that there wasn't enough matter replicating gel. Yeah, it's actually really low on matter replicating gel, so it makes sense that it wouldn't have gone another loop. But we're going to quickly grab it and turn our cube into 64 tinier, but still quite cute cubes. This is actually the wrong order of operations. That's fine. I'm going to just have it unload it down here instead. And then go over here. Again, this should just be fine. I shouldn't be stressed about this, but there we are. We now have 64 cubes. Which cube does it follow is the question. Oh, does it try to fit as many as it can in the screen at once? It must be. This must be centered roughly on where the cubes are. So there are cubes on belts. They're all getting all spicy and tingly. However, they're going through here. They're ghost crystals being created, which are coming through here, which are being smelted here via spectralite or into spectralite. They're being repaired and then put back into the Phantom Cube reconstitution unit. So slowly but surely, here's the rest of our cubes all on a belt. It's a little bit stressful to look at, admittedly. I think we might get ahead on Ghost Crystal, but again, I think this is totally worth it. Last time I ran a few of these. We're going to run all 64 this time. Going to do this right now so that we have a little bit more storage for the Ghost Crystals. I only have one machine running right now. I identify it's not the fastest, but this should be just fine. They look really cool on the belt. I think that's the one thing comforting me, is in spite of the fact that they're now like corporeal and translucent, and if something goes wrong here, it's going to take a long time to fix. I think that like they look cool, and that's really got me feeling motivated. So our first spectralite section is done. This takes a lot of electricity as well. How's our steam doing? Just fine. We're going to be just fine. Cool. So while this is running, it will take a little bit. We have cube cam up. I want to see what else I can be working on. Let's finish these belts. So, heck, I did the same thing. Hold shift, Miko. Hold shift. Heck those trees. I thought I would have destroyed them. I guess my player didn't go quite over there. Heck nature. Alright, so our normal 4 lanes are here, so I'm going to just take note of that. Is that right? No, I'm totally wrong. That's better. So I'm thinking the plan for now is going to be to coalesce into these lanes via express splitters for now. Obviously, this isn't the most ideal thing in the world because we're just choking them down lanes anyways, but I think the important thing with this process is just getting more of them into a place where they're like stored effectively. We also need to get the cube up here as well, so we want to keep that in mind because I kind of forgot. That's okay, because sometimes we just forgot. Great, so that looks good there. Turn that the wrong way, but it still looks fine. Later on, we can easily grab a few of these lanes and bring them elsewhere, but for now, storing them here, having them come down, and then having them reconvene into the original spot is good. Watching this is stressing me out. What's going on? Output full? Ah, okay, you just smelt way too slowly. In that case, I will bear the burden of ghost crystals, if I must. Ah, you produced 100 ghost crystals? We consumed 100 phantom ultra dense constituents. I didn't realize how much ghost crystal we got for doing this process. It's actually really nice. I might be able to just throw some of these in there. I kind of want to smelt them while we have them though. Like, I know I only have the one smelter going, which is why it's so ridiculously slow. Let's just do it, because we're going to need a bunch of these anyways. At least down the line, we're going to need a bunch of them. No reason to not hard commit to it now. I'm going to just manually take stuff out so the cube spends less time here, because I obviously don't want the base shutting down in the meantime. So if we can, we will buy ourselves some time. I guess the opposite of buying time. Buying time is like delaying the inevitable. But I guess like in this case, we're buying ourselves time by turning Factorio into what it really is at its core, which is an idler clicker game. Heck. It's a pretty cursed take, actually. Could certainly be more cursed, but it's cursed enough on its own. I'm gonna just put a few more boxes here and then start loading them up. I know I said we were fine on power, and I think we certainly are, just because, I mean, I looked at the Steam. I was just looking for it to rescind, but look at, these are already so low that we're almost not fine on power. So I think speeding up the process any way we can is good. I can also cut it short here. I'm going to assume we're fine to make it through, though, because we're already pretty close to the end. This will be enough ghost crystal for us to schmelt for a while to get us a good chunk of loaders, at least, until we're ready to do this again. But this is going to be the only time we do this for the moment. But we will absolutely have to do this. I think these are required for one of the 2 new sciences we're getting, so... Ideally, we won't be here constantly manually removing stuff whenever it comes to the area. Doesn't feel very engineering of us to do it like that. Wonderful, so... This will now... Where are the rest of the cubes? Alright, it's following me, so there's cubes on me somewhere, is that right? There are cubes on me. Where are they? I don't see my inventory. Eh? What is it called? It must not be cube. Ah, it's a constituent. I totally can't see it. Constituent. Oh, there's just the 5 things at the top. Okay. I was really scared. We were like... We were down a few cubes and I was like, what are we gonna do? But they're just like gray boxes at the top, so my brain wasn't even looking at them. Whew, that was a little bit scary. Thank goodness. All right, so now our cube is reconstructing just in the nick of time because we are fully out of things and our steam is now going to plummet. This being said, we got a bountiful harvest on this blessed day of spectralite, so we'd be able to make a good chunk of loaders for our new setup, which we really needed. Amongst that as well, hopefully we'll have enough loaders to get them not here but down here to make this a little bit quicker as well. Cool, so we get our cube back. I'm gonna go grab it and just immediately put it on the path to restoring our fuel, because I think that's the most important thing right now, because it turns out if the factory turns off, the factory cannot use the materials it might have in it. We're gonna put that over there, and then it's gonna go fill up those boxes really quick. Assuming we have enough gelatinous tar. We have no gelatinous tar. But I mean, the tar is not necessary. I guess it's how much unstable gas is there. We do have gas. Dang, that tar is such a pain. There's gotta be some way to do it better. I guess we could just store away more of it. Granted, it was a long time since it's been able to do the loop. We like manually did it for a while, so it's not that bad. Alright, so I think we need 320 of it. Let's check on how many we have. Again, it's gonna be quite slow. I can set up a second schmeltery. I walked past it. Whoops. Kind of tight on space these, but that's fine. We'll make it work. This is not the final destination. It's just saving us some time. I was like, wait a minute. These can't even offload. They can certainly offload. Some of these excess boxes can fit in here without any trouble. Because they're not going to load naturally anyways like the rest of the boxes would. Sweet, looks good. Alright, cool. So we're making spectralite for the first time in a while, and this should result in us being able to make loaders. What else do we need for loaders other than spectralite? I think that's the main thing. Yeah, everything else is just fine. Basic motor units are a little expensive. But past that, it's really not bad. Oops, I did not mean to take the crystals. I mixed up the boxes. Cool, so let's start making some fast loaders. Gonna have to grab, but yeah, it's gonna grab some of this manually. That's fine. Fantastic, I'm so happy we have loaders. Okay, so this is gonna be 9 of them, 10 of them, which is a little over half of what we needed. It looks like we need metal for more of them. Oh man, having to craft all those engine units is gonna take so long, or motor units, excuse me. I don't think I have motor units in a box, do I? Motor, I didn't think I did. That's fine, no big deal. The base is kind of hurting, like always, because I'm always just grabbing stuff from it. It's doing its best. We don't want to be too harsh on it. Grab a little bit more of the spectralite that we have processed. We need 16 loaders in total for this build. I don't remember how many I was making. 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this will be 15, so we only need 1 more. What do we need? A little bit more spectralite. Cool. So that'll be enough to get this build done, and then we can change that over, and then hopefully we'll have dramatically more of this created, as well as dramatically more output. Now, there is something I haven't done yet, and I'm glad I remembered it now, because if not, it would have been a little bit awkward if we set it up later and then didn't have it done. Which is, how the heck are we getting the cube up here, and how are we getting it across this gap here? I think the smartest way is to just have it... Currently, it goes in here, across here, up here. Where do you go from here? Up, up, then it goes right, down, down, and then out. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to change this altogether. I want it to snake across instead and kind of do a serpentine. So it'll go right here instead, which will be a little different. Then it'll go up here, and then it'll go left here. Heck. Alright, that's fine. Left here, and then up here, and then it'll go right, and then from here, it'll go out rightward. This one we want to have sorted for cube, because if not, it'll just pull out random garbage all the time. Then we'll just do an underground, and then that'll feed in there. So then it'll go right, down, then we'll have that go to its left, and then down again. Have to make sure you get rid of these extra ones, because it'll just get kind of looped in here otherwise. And then normally it goes outwards here. We don't want it to do that anymore. So have it go once more to the right. So boom, 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 and then it'll go outwards here. So turn that, and now we can have it go out here, and then we can do it with the same rolling. So let me sort for cube really quick. We have one of those up there. Perfect. Sweet. So now there's a little bit more symmetry to it as well. We'll even have it go further away like that one is. Sweet. Cube. It's on the cube train, but the cube train isn't moving. Why is that? Never mind. The cube train was just taking a second. I must have it ruled so that it'll idle for a little bit. Cool. So this looks good. The cube train is not doing its thing. I'm going to take this moment now to start moving stuff over. We're technically making extra loaders because I already use a good chunk of them down here. I don't think I'm going to remove that part though. I'm kind of debating it. It's just going to take a while to finish it all. I'm going to start dismantling this though, I think. It feels so spicy. We set this up like forever ago. We had the one and then we moved the one out. But now it is dismantled. We need to be careful with cables, or pipes I should say. These pipes don't matter, but there might be pipes like the steam pipe that currently leads upwards, but it looks like all it was going was over there. The steam is centralized, that steam is connected, so this is where I always destroy pipes and have to fix a bunch of things. So hopefully this is fine. Yeah, see this steam pipe here specifically is a steam output and it leads into there, but now it has nowhere to go. So even though it looked like it was doing nothing, the steam actually needs to be connected somewhere. So we need to fix that really quickly. This would be a nice place to grab it if we could, but we don't quite have the luxury. I'd rather not have it go up and through here if possible, or at least keep that to a minimum. being that I can chop this down now, I'm gonna have it come out here instead. Oops, a little bit further. That's a little bit more acceptable. Alright, cool. So now the steam from here will be able to go into the system here, and that way this one won't get overburdened by steam because it outputs steam. So that pipe's fine. This one is now superfluous, but we do want this to go upward so we can chop off any part that's not going up. This is now superfluous as well. Other pipes are looking good from what I can tell, so hopefully we didn't break anything. Everything else does seem to be fine. This seems a little bit inconvenient, but how big is this here? It's not that big, right? Oh, no. So my plan was to put a bunch of these in here now. So hopefully we can move on to that pretty soon. It looks like the cube's already coming through and getting ready to come down here, which I'm not ready for it yet. That's another thing we need to refix, is making it so that the cube will come down here. We don't technically need to have an inserter to do it, because we just want to have it come down here regardless after its activities. Oh, make that one more. But this is where the cube should go after every single trip up here. Reason being, we're going to be almost certainly wanting to bring it through the matter replication gel furnace. It's going to use a good chunk of it over here. So I think it's a safe bet to say it's got to come down here. So let's bring this down. This will be our cube line. We're going to leave a little bit of space for if we want to do more belts. So I'll make it come. Honestly, we'll just, we'll line it up. There we go. Easy peasy. I hate having this half complete right now. It's actually like eating away at me because the cube is going to come back here sooner than later. I was hoping I had more time, but unfortunately I'm just such a good engineer, Smile, that it's not going to give me that much time. So we're going to have to just deal with the fact we're a little bit low on time. Where does the cube normally enter from? That is question number one. Yes, that was kind of profoundly bars. I will accept that. This is the cube's entry line right now, so we're going to repurpose this entry line because it doesn't want to enter there anymore. Cool. I like when these lines are like somewhat adjacent to each other. I'm gonna put it here for now. I don't know if I actually want it here or not, but I'm gonna put it here for the moment. Again, this is going to be blocking the lines a little bit. We only need the 4 right now. I might change this line out. This one's easy enough to fix down the line. It went down the cube line again, which is quite surprising to me. The train line, I mean. Turned off alt again, which I am very sorry about. Is my steam machine being delivered yet? Honestly, I kind of wanted a steam machine. I didn't really have a reason I want one, but I kind of wanted one, and I saw the price now. It's like, it's a little rich for my blood. Hopefully it's being delivered, though. Alright, cool. So, this is coming down here now. Anytime there's pipes, I want to make it look symmetrical so it'll look nice. It's a fairly long belt now, which means we're also going to buffer a good chunk on the belt itself. But in theory, we should be able to have the cube go down here. We might need to manually put the cube where it needs to go after the first part. But if nothing else, we're able to successfully get a good chunk of crystal now. Getting closer to being done auto-crafting these. Oh, no, we're really not. I was kind of optimistic in saying that. I guess the nice thing is these are singular ones for the most part. We also need power for these. I forgot. We're gonna have to probably make a few substations. Because of how smashed together these are, I don't think our normal power poles will reach. Yeah, I only reach a chunk of them, but a substation should be fine. So let's go into ghost mode so we can do this really quick. I hope substations are fine. I mean, substations are the best, so they can't not be fine. Holy moly, one substation is enough. Kind of incredible, to be honest. I'm going to turn off personal roboports so I can manually place a few of these, just so there's like some throughput of stuff. Getting these middle 4, I think, would be a big improvement. Didn't realize all those weren't down. Cool, that's better. Granted, I don't have the substation done yet either. How much time do we got? Is it coming up here? It's probably got broken logic right now, so it probably won't come up for a while. Yeah, it's just going to reply stuff there. I think I probably broke something on the way down. Let's turn our logistics back on. Perfect. Let's go see what our QB Wooby is doing down here. I can't make matter replication gel because there's no basic matter units. Traditionally not a problem. Thankfully, I have a stockpile of them for situations like this. I currently have the rule so that it activates, I want to say when there's sub 10k, we probably want to change that. God, this wiring is so heckin' scrungly bunked. Alright, cool. It's actually going down the line proper now. Where would that be? That's the cerebral check. Okay, I want this to be more like 20k, I think. I hope we can get a better recipe for that. I feel like there is one, I just don't know it. The fact that it's not running means I messed something up pretty dire. Hopefully it's not too bad. The Steam never made it. Whoops. What? Why isn't the Steam making it? Oh, I see, because it just goes up there and doesn't actually come down. Oh, it's just one pipe in the middle. There we go. I was like, what? Steam should be fine. Sweet. So I'm not going to give it any opportunity to swing back down, but we can kind of look at it now and watch it travel through everything and then go into the belt there, go across, serpentine back down, and then it'll leave right out. Let's just keep our old design, mirror it over, get a lot more value out of the design we previously had done before. I realize now that we also don't have any receptacles there, but that's fine. You get to watch it, which is the fun part. Sweet. Okay, so that should spend a good chunk of time now down there. I'm actually going to make the receptacles really quick, because that's going to demand a pretty sizable chunk of whatever the heck these are called, the matter units. So let's get it so that they can start flowing. Fantastic, much better. And then we'll go back to handcrafting the loaders still. That'll keep it so the base is running a little bit too, which I think is a pretty big W. Oh, looks like I broke a belt here. Don't want to do that. Much better. It's coming back around again, which is actually like a pretty severe problem. I'm gonna prevent it. I am so sad that that's how that went down, to be honest with you. Maybe we can go steal some green circuits and speed up that offloading. Oh, that would help a pretty tremendous deal at this stage. There are a bunch of green circuits. Hold on. Not having to handcraft a bunch of green circuits would go absolutely bananas right now. Oh my god, it saves so much time. I don't think we have engine units on a belt anywhere, which is annoying. I think I'm going to start boxing engine units. I probably should have done this before because of how much handcrafting we've been doing this playthrough. How the heck did I put calcium? Can you just drag things into logistics like that? What the heck did I just do to make that happen? Weird. Alright, we'll put the passive provider down here. I'm going to just let this one fully fill up on it. Thank goodness. So we're going to be able to make a few of them at least. Hey T, good to see you. How are you today? Oh, thank goodness. We finished, I thought we finished the research. I was like, what did we finish? Thanks for the hydrate redeem. That's going to get me literally every time. What an enormous blunder on my part. It won't get me when I'm not streaming Factorio, but it will when I am. I will drink some water to that. You also stay hydrated. Honestly, just finishing the top lines of these is such a big improvement. I mean, obviously you want the throughput to work as well. Alright, that's rude. I should have known the bots are just going to do what they want to do. All right, it's going to take a little bit to get through this system now. It's not so bad. It's just a blunder. It's almost fixed fully, though. I do want to grab 14 more of these so we can make that last one a little quicker, too. We're going to have to make a bunch more loaders. Getting automation for loaders is going to be really, really nice. That's really what we're looking for eventually. So much matter replication gel. I feel like it's something that matters a lot. Nice to see you, Whip. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of gel that needs to go into it as well. So you're not wrong. My goodness, they really were just like, wouldn't it be funny, hypothetically, if we did everything but this very specific lane where it's going to get stuck? I guess we can think about like the weather or something. I'm gonna get rid of this ghost so it at least goes there, and then we should be good for it to cycle properly. I think this was completely necessary, and it looks kind of cool. So I'm glad we did it. It's also very easy to copy paste this. Tiling it upward is probably not going to be the play unless I reverse it and then have the belts stream downwards, which could look cool, but I'm hoping that 16 is going to be an okay improvement for the moment. Please put down this loader, I'm begging you. I'm living and dying by the loader right now. Wonderful. Alright, so now we've got way more storage. We produce way more. As more going to the base, we made 10,000 advanced engine units, and frankly, I don't believe you that we've done that because we make like 2 per second at most. I was gonna say 2 per second, 2 per minute. 10,000 does not feel right. Where the heck are they? Sorry, I was just admiring the spectrality for a minute. We actually have a good chunk left, which is nice. Once we make this, we can kind of let it go for a little bit. Oh, it's so good. I hope it'll cycle again soon, because I don't think we have nearly enough materials in the base right now. But this should work for the moment, at least. This is peculiar. I'm guessing this is a relic of the past, so I'm going to just remove it. I don't remember what that was there for. This already splits out in two, so it should be just fine not having it do that. Look at it. There are the lines coming through. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank goodness. Cool. So that should be a lot more of that coming through. Again, we coalesce them into belts here, but they're going to be stored. A ton of belts is stored a ton up here, ideally, so it'll be a big improvement. It'll swing by and make a lot more matter replication gel. How are we doing on fuel? It should be just fine for it to do all that stuff. Great. So let's go focus on something else. I'm going to say, all right, the thing that we actually wanted to do, sophisticated matter units. Let's work on those next, I suppose. I think I want to make a fresh build altogether based on the middle design, but I don't like how the pipes go currently. I want to stick it over here because it's going to be right where we need it to be. And we can even dedicate like one of the extra lanes of stuff up here to it if we want to. This is like a really convenient spot to make a bunch of it. So I'm going to pick this as our new home because, you know, it's right here anyways. Might as well. This will be about 4 times what we make now. Unfortunately, that's still not much because 2 of these make 1 per second. This makes 2 per second. We'll be making 8 per second. Not the worst, but also not great. And yes, I am well aware that our power is truly suffering currently. When we're not doing anything, we are behind. And when we are doing something, we are very behind. So there's no real winners here. Maybe it's time to turn this on. It's just going to be such a waste if I turn it on. There's like no more steam turbines there at all. I guess it hasn't been able to run for a while, but god dang, unfortunate. I can manually feed some. I again did make that box specifically. I forgot about the message here. Yeah, it's just those advanced engine units. Thankfully, again, I do have the personal stockpile that I was making over here. Still not going to be a crazy amount, but it'll be something. What an arbitrary amount to lock it at. I guess I probably locked it because I left it unlocked for a while. That makes more sense. I would like to get at least half of these set up. I mean, the issue too is the bots are like, what if we place it here and it just doesn't do anything? So I'd have to manually redo them. Oh, I didn't realize we didn't actually finish the piping either. So we'll need some more undergrounds to make that viable, apparently. It totally just made those backwards, at least this one backwards. don't know if I should combine the heat pipes or not. I always wonder about this, because if you combine heat pipes, that just like, you have to spread the heat even farther, so it gets a little confusing. But maybe it's a good idea. I don't see a reason to, since they all have like their dedicated corners to heat now. I'm sure there's no downside to leaving a bunch of trees next to all this heat. You ever drive through one of those areas and it's got the sign where it's like, forest fire danger is extremely high today? It's because they've got their nuclear power plant next to the trees today, and that's not safe, so don't do that. That would be interesting if Factorio had mechanics like that, where you could burn nearby things if it was too hot. Instead, I want to be able to see our build, so I'm going to remove these trees for now. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, this part's easy. We have most of these already made, if not all of them in boxes already. Almost all of them. 116 more of those. That's so much. Are you serious? So unfork knife. Like, I can do like maybe 30 of them, and that's going to be pushing it, to be honest. Why are they so expensive? Probably because they're so strong. It also removes the cube from the power situation, so I get it. We nab some more of these so that we can get these running a little bit more. Because we are going to want some more of these set up in a little bit. That should be fine. Down at our crystal loader. Although look at this, clearly it's working out every time it swings past now because we have a buffer of it, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. Maybe just the first few times it's bad. That's how PG&E keeps starting all those fires, the nuclear heat pipes. It's more common than you think, unfortunately. We truly live in a world. So you're loading wood really slowly. Can I make a few more loaders in the meantime to see if the wood loading works like that? I have no idea if it actually does. I'm optimistic that it does, but I don't know if you can load into a machine with a loader. So let's grab some spectralite, which is always exactly where I think it is. In this case, it's to my left, which I was not prepared for, and now I feel like a buffoon. So make 3 more fast loaders. I'm going to waddle on over there. Nothing fast about handcrafting these ones, though, I assure you. Actually, we're going to want 6, right? 3 to pull, 3 to put. I guess just testing with 3 would be good, too. I'm going to just leave it handcrafting because I don't think oh, no, I put engine units in a box now, so there should be some of everything. Thank you, little bots. You're doing great. So proud of you. Love you. Okay, move cube cam over a little bit. What was I looking for? Right. The engine units over here. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my, there's so many in there. What a beautiful sight. I'm actually quite surprised there's so many. I probably want to start putting these into a box as well. Just make really everything accessible. Kind of a blunder not doing that earlier. That way I can just swing by or have bots bring me a bunch of them. There you go, that's much better. It's 5 fast loaders. We're going to want 1 more of them, but we should be able to get that just fine. I don't know if this is necessary for the wood per se. I think it would improve it if it works, but again, I just don't know if it's going to work on buildings. We're going to test it here. This will be our exciting test environment. Unfortunately, because of this design, I'm going to have a pretty significant amount of wood to deal with, which is not really what I was hoping for, because I don't think I can just use a single loader. From my understanding of how loaders work, you need 1 to pull out and then 1 to insert, right? So if we're going to have it like this, we're going to need to move everything back a little bit. And the real, I guess we don't even need these technically. No, I probably only want them on one side. The real problem is that there is just a ridiculous amount of wood in here. A truly alarming amount. So hopefully we can temporarily store the wood elsewhere before putting it in its final destination. Being the gelatinous tar maker, which is where all wood eventually ends up. I don't think we really have another use for wood in this, do we? I mean, it has a fuel value, so we could technically use wood to fuel something. I don't really know what, though. I hope this works. If it doesn't, this was all for naught. I'm going to disconnect these for the moment. We'll just do one of them. It works. Okay, wonderful. This will be a market improvement for getting this part done. This is probably overkill, honest to goodness. I think one loader moving 60 items per second is going to be dramatically better than 3 inserters was. So this might be overkill. We might be able to actually reuse some of these loaders. We'll have to check it later on. Did the cube go on a trip and come back already? It did? Wow. That's so efficient now. I'm so glad we did that seemingly pretty okay. Now, I think that this has broken logic though, because that should not be nearly as stacked as it is. I think I broke something, probably disconnected a wire from something relevant. So you're checking the storage here only now. We want to change this for sure, because the rule on this is basically checking, is there stuff in that storage box? If yes, then I go there. But that's no longer relevant to what we want to accomplish anymore. We want to be looking in, I guess this storage box specifically will be fine. And then I can disconnect from that one. And then looking in this storage box, it goes, holy cow, there's so much of this. Then we go back over there. But currently it was looking and saying, there's actually nothing there, thinking about it. I'm going to remove this stop for the moment and see. Okay, it's still not looking to go over there. Why is that? The circuit is greater than 2000. This should be fine. What if I drive you manually a little bit and then start it? You still want to go to Cube Town? All right, what's up with Cube Town, buddy? Why are you going crazy over Cube Town? I think your wooden sword is the wrong way around. That's a good point. I never put him back. Let me fix those really quick. I just didn't want it spewing a bunch into the inserters if it didn't work, or the whatever that's called. Loaders. Awesome. Oh, I should have just restored that wood too. I'm still here. Let's quickly restore it to its original place. I don't think my APM is high enough to successfully beat the inserters from filling up too much of it, so I can't put all the wood in, but that's okay. A little wood is fine too. Just kidding, outplayed. Oh, never mind. I still had a little bit. Nuts. Never start trash talking until you're 100% sure if you've won or not. It's very important. It's a mistake I frequently make. Okay, so what's going on? Are you not reading this now? He's Redwire? I might.
115. Thanks for following.
What a great name, Superfast Jellyfish. Appreciate the follow. It's probably the Redwire, and you're right. I probably used Redwire explicitly so it wouldn't get all scrungly bunked. And probably this green wire is just ruining everything. Okay. Yeah, that's almost certainly what it was. Gosh, it's so confusing. They should have like 4 more wire colors to keep me on my toes. So now if I turn this off and I go do your thing, you're not at a station, so you can't read it. This is fine. This makes sense. I'll have you just return to this spot really quickly. You'll be able to loop around down here. You'll go back through, and then you'll be like, you know what? Suddenly I can read that there's a tremendous amount of stuff I should be doing right now. Good point. Something else that's an issue right now is... Actually, it might have fixed itself. This is currently reading... Oh my god, our power is so gunked. This is currently reading the wrong thing. What if I do this instead? Cool. Now it's seeing that there's 6,000 in that outer box. Granted, this isn't the perfect solution because we're not technically storing a bunch of extra, but this way the cube's not going to come down here too excessively. I should probably figure out a better rule for it, though. I could have a green wire check this box specifically. Maybe that's a better idea. What if I do that instead and then have it check green wire? That way I don't know if that box is buffered enough. If that one's not buffered, it'll go fill because it'll know we're kind of low. Maybe that's kind of dumb, though. I don't know. I think it's better than what I have right now. So what if I connect this wire? Sweet. So now you're seeing, oh, there's 3,000 still in the buffer box. We're vibing, and then you're leaving. Shockingly, we've done a little bit of science with all of this headache. How are we doing on the power? Honestly, it's looking pretty good. It's not great, but it's looking pretty good. Not super upset about it. What are you taking on my inventory? Oh, apparently I had trash. Oh, I have a request for wood. I don't know why I have a request for wood. I'm sure there was a reason, but I don't really want it now. Put cube cam back over here. I think I'm gonna go manually feed some more in. I kind of want to just turn on the power plant now, but I know that like we're not going to produce like any power out of it. It's like fully wistful thinking. Wishful? We went over this last time. I guess it's wistful. I'm feeling a little melancholic about our nuclear power plant, TBH. Did I break something? What? Ah, no, we're just out of goop. You're in the goop machine and we're out of goop, which means something's scrungly bunked down here as well. Oh no, you're just full on steam. This might have been part of the isolated steam system before and I just plugged it into the main one. No, this is the isolated steam system. I'm gonna dump steam for now. Something I can do is just hook up a few steam engines here and they'll just burn down the excess steam. This uses steam though, so I'm a little bit surprised we ended up with so much excess. Because the steam that goes up there is disconnected from here. Oh, you know what? I probably had it different before thinking about it. I probably had that going into the main steam line since it would get used up more. Let me do that. I'll fix that up and we'll plug that into the main steam line instead. Probably don't want that pipe going through there anyway, so this is a good wake-up call to do something about it. Where do you go to? Main steam line comes right here. No, you don't. You go up there and you never come down, actually. You're going into the woods and you're never coming back. We'll run it along here. Kind of an awkward piping area though. It's not that bad. Actually, it's super easy and I don't know why I was complaining. It's super nice. Only a bozo would think that wasn't a super nice piping area, to be honest with you. Alright, so now this is part of the main steam system. I think that'll make it so this will never run out again. This should be able to dump, hopefully, reliably. Do you produce any steam? You just dump steam? What we're going to do is put a pump here as well, just so there's nothing coming back into us. Hi, arrive. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today, Q? Alright, there we go. Now we're dumping some of our steam. We haven't used all of it yet. This goes up here and then doesn't connect to anything. Cool, that makes a lot of sense. That's kind of what I wanted. That's better. I was like, I can't believe we didn't dump any of the steam, basically. Now we're good. Okay, so now we want to bring over gelatinous tar for our sophisticated matter units. I'm thinking one belt of these is probably sufficient. Oh, it looks so nice when it starts raining down. A beautiful rainstorm of engineering. I think I'm going to do this design and just copy it along here. I really like these belts. I don't know if it's as efficient as can be. I mean, I guess the nice thing is that we have a way to pull out the back if we need to, or insert the back. Which I think we're going to need to actually do here is insert the back, so this will be good. I believe we're going to want to insert on these sides here. Why is this one so awkward? Ah, right, because these are on the high side versus the low side. That's what it is. Because these cannot be flipped. So we need to just deal with the fact that they're not super... They won't look the same, which is fine. And a little annoying, but it's fine. We'll get over it. No reason to whine because they're not going to change it. It would be such a minuscule thing to change too, but I really like when they look symmetrical. It looks really good. I'm drenched in sweat and oil. I'm gonna say Pog, I think. Is that desirable to you? If yes, then Pog. If not, then sorry for your luck. I feel like I've done good covering my bases there. Okay, so we're going to be inserting on this side here, so we can put this a little bit further back to make it simpler. That'll look a lot nicer. This fits really snugly in here. I haven't actually looked at where we're going to offload this yet, admittedly. But it fits really snug where we had to build before, which is interesting because these are so much smaller than the previous build that was here. So you'd think it wouldn't quite work so nicely, but it sure heckin' does. Great, so those will all have inserters on that side. We'll do the same thing over here. I didn't realize you could just click and drag inserters. That makes a great deal of sense. I don't know why I thought you can only do that with belts. Kind of embarrassing for 80 gorillion hours approximately in the game, but you know what? That's just how it goes. Sometimes you get knowledge checked by the fact that you can drag belts. This pipe is really irking me, so I'm gonna move it. Thinking it was probably gated by something before on its locale, and now it's no longer, so let's just fix it. Great, that's better. Cool, so that goes down here. We need a few more power poles. Our power poles are looking not great, admittedly. Not thrilled with how the power poles are looking for this specific build. That's fine. So these consume 4 per second each, which is actually quite a tall order. We put through 30 per second each on the belt. One of these will eat basically half of a belt. So we can technically just run one through. I don't know if it's the right idea, but it's something we can do. Also gotta find a place, whoops, I missed a power pole. I gotta find a place to output this fluid or input this fluid. I think down here is gonna be the play. Looks like we have the most freedom to do so here. How are we gonna get our gelatinous tar all the way over here though is question of the day. It looks like it comes all the way here and then stops going anywhere. Wait, is that ethanol? Wait. No, that is gelatinous tar. Alright, I was looking at the wrong pipe. This just goes here and then stops. Cool. So we're gonna need to get it over here. Probably gonna be a little bit annoying to do. Thinking this line here is looking like the healthiest one we have, and it kind of lines up with where we're doing this right now. So I'm gonna start disconnecting this in the meantime because our new build is gonna be all the way over there. Half of it will still be running. Wow, that's so fortuitous that that's how that panned out, actually. So, heck. I mean, I'd rather move it a little bit anyways, to be honest, and make it look a little better. That's the good stuff right there. Okay, so now this is looking good. I forgot to do something, so I'm going to really quickly go load some more of those engine units I was storing into that box over there. And by some, I mean all of them. And then I'm going to change this so it only pulls engine units when there's like 30 on the belt. I don't want it to keep yoinking from our science. Our science has been obliterated because of this dumb decision for a while. There we go. We've made about 30 of them, I think, so far. I think it was 120 that we needed, so it's something. Certainly not pretty, but it's something. And again, I figured it would passively get, I was going to say mostly done, but no, mostly done's the wrong way to put it. It would get some work done on it while we were doing this. I figured it would work out just fine. Glad the cube has been, I don't know a good word for it, but not completely obliterated in the interim that we've been doing stuff. I really like how these are all like kind of coalescing here. Trying to make this build fancier than it has any right to be. I wish I could put 2 mini belts here that like split both sides, you know? Rather than just like, because normally you can put a belt through here and then if things are inputting, it'll go on both sides of the belt. I want the opposite. I want this one belt to be able to intersect 2 belts going different directions. It looks so nice. This being said, I think we'll do this instead. And then we'll rip one of the lines here, I think, to feed it. I guess we can rip 2 of the lines, actually. That's probably much smarter. I know I mentioned that we only need 1, but I'm thinking 2 is going to be a better idea in practice. We'll have 1 come down here, 1 come down here, and then we'll have an underground so that the rest will go through this area. Boom. So it's a little more stress on these 2 lines specifically, which is the stuff that goes down here. But again, because this is feeding multiple times, we can also put some splitters down. Honestly, it hasn't been back in a while. There's still a lot of stuff in the base. Everything is fine-ish. This will run out of juice before most other things, unless we set our restriction for supplying much, much higher, which we might want to do. Only 90 more turbines to go is really a rough sentence, but you're not incorrect with it. Oh, it's really unfork knife. So let us hook in where this was going before. Where is it? These go down around here. They don't actually do anything, and then they go across here and then down here. So before they even do anything, they come here to be used up. We don't really need that many heat exchangers anymore, so I'm going to just let that box fill up. But, whoops, I'm going to have our belt come down here if we can. And it's actually really not that far from it, which is kind of cool. We're going to do a little bit of belt foo, I think, to make it to where we want to go. But it won't be that bad in practice. Hopefully. But thankfully there's nothing on the belt now, so if I want to change my mind and move stuff, it's not bad. Does this not reach to here? It does reach to here. A little bit of belt foo, and then we're basically where we want to be already. Okay, that red cable's still there. I was really thinking nuclear was going to be like the be-all end-all savior, and I still think it's really solid for the record. But gosh, I was not like prepared for how bad the turbines were going to be specifically. Everything else is fine. I was thinking the heat pipes are going to be a little expensive maybe. I hadn't really looked at anything yet, but I think usually I find myself at want for those turbines more than anything, or the heat pipes. But in this case, it's certainly not that way. So we can watch it once more. It's going through our new cycle. I really like watching it because it just serpentines up and around, then across, and then down, and then around, and then down again. I really hope we don't immediately get a new recipe that invalidates this. Did we already get another recipe I forgot about? Actually, I should have checked that before I did this. Matter application. Doesn't look like it. Oh, heck, we did. That's fine. We're not going to worry about that right now. I think this is still an improvement. Even if it's like a small improvement and there's the mini cube version of it, I think this is still fine. I think this is a valid use of this setup. Plus the mini cube one's probably not that good, right? Matter. Let's see. Whoops. It actually goes crazy, unfortunately. I guess it doesn't go that crazy. Well, let's do some math here. It makes 100 units for 1 cube and then goes back through. It takes 1 second, 40 gel. The alternative here is 400 gel and does 1,000. I forgot what the other number was already. Matter. Let's see. So it looks like it's the same exact 40 to 100 versus 4,000. I guess the difference is it doesn't take steam. Was that right? Why would I do this? I guess I have a bunch of cubes so I can run a bunch of these at once. If our power can keep up with it, it could be nice. Altered matter seems interesting. I guess that's the big appeal, is that I could have like a boatload of them run at once. It will be kind of interesting to see 64 little cubes running around the base, I'll admit. Hopefully not too far from each other. At least we can get soft lock. Thank goodness that one recipe's in there. Okay, we finished another recipe very slowly, admittedly, but surely. This science should be dramatically quicker now that I'm not just gating it effectively. Because it was like I think it was perfectly ratioed out, or very close to perfect. You know, it's perfectly ratioed out, so hopefully it'll start running again. Obviously our power is truly suffering, but you know what? What is Factorio if not a little bit of suffering with some satisfaction on the way out? You really don't store much of it up there, unfortunately. I mean, it just gets used pretty quick. It appears I set this the wrong direction. Sweet, and even with these being used up here, they still end up outputting a full belt just because they're split 50-50 and then coalesce to a single belt. Granted, this belt's going to become emptier a lot quicker, so I should probably put some contingencies in for that and cascade things downwards. I don't think we spend enough time up here. I think we should probably design a loop so we'll make more of it, to be honest. Being said, we are now making sophisticated matter units over here, so I'm going to get rid of the build over there so it doesn't use up more of our matter, because I don't really want a second one right now. I just destroyed how the fluid gets there, though, so we'll need to fix that really quick. I don't think I'm going to reclaim this space for anything. Normally I'm trying to do that for the sake of, like, getting value out of everywhere, but I don't think I'm going to do it here. This is ethanol. That was almost a real blunder. I almost just... They look basically identical to me. I know that they're, like, slightly different. Clearly I gotta go get an eye test again or something. Alright, let's fix the ethanol, because it just got ultra gunked by me being a little bit silly. Any normal pipes around here, I can grab them a little bit. At a loss for them. Perfect. So there we go. Now the gelatinous tar should successfully go over to there again, which means this build should be fine. Let's just mouse over it to make sure. Oh yeah, it goes all the way around. So let's make a rule where it'll run through a few times. Right now I have it so it'll just automatically go down here, but it should be pretty easy to set it up again. Hopefully an underground can go across here. It can go across here really, really concisely. We're going to set up 2 of these. Either way, this will take out only the cube. It'll just be whether or not the cube goes to its return cycle or if it goes through to get us some more matter, because I think we need a lot more of it, to be honest. So what rails do we want for it? First thing that comes to mind is making sure there's enough of the replication gel to really justify going again. So for this one, we're probably going to want to set that up. I'm going to just put this here so we can get the cable a little bit easier down the line. We want to connect to this down here. Very roundabout way of reaching it, but it looks like we kind of can this way. Can this just reach on its own because it's a big pole? It doesn't need to be next to another pole. Oh, it's already connected to it. Never mind. Cool, 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 cool. So now we can have this enable disable. We can base it on the matter replication gel that's left, and we can... Actually, I might want to do a whole circuit thinking about it. I think I want to do a circuit. Let me put down a combinator, not an arithmetic one, because those ones are way too confusing for someone such as myself. Decider combinators and me, though, we actually go crazy. You wouldn't really get it. So looking at matter application gel, you might get it. You're pretty cool, chat. Actually, I changed my mind. You'll probably get it. Let's plug this in so we can see exactly what you can read currently. You can read basically the whole base. So we want this to be over, we'll say 10,000. I don't know if that's a good enough rule for it. I think I may have fixed the other thing, and we also want an and condition, and we want to check our storage of how much of the actual bars we have. Honestly, we might not even need that because we burned through it so quick. Does it connect to those down there is my question. No, that cable doesn't light up over here. So instead I'll have this check, I guess these ones. And we'll check for an amount of those matter units, and if it surpasses, we'll say 2,000 of them. We don't want it to go then, actually. That's the opposite rule. If it's less than 2,000, then go back around, because we need more juice. Please juice us a little bit harder. It'll output a symbol. We'll just make it basic matter replication is now outputting the signal because the things are met for the condition. We'll plug it in to here, and then we'll also plug it in to here. And then these ones will check for that basic matter replication. We want that to be equal to 1 or not equal to 1, depending on what we want. Equal to 1 means go back around the ride again. Not equal to 1 means you go back into the system. So now it should spend more time up here, assuming that this is fine. But I've noticed we're back down to 10K here, which means I believe we're not crafting as much as we'd like. So I think I might have messed up this design here. Something else I would like to do while we're here is actually set up a buffer via maybe a solemn receptacle. Just so there's more of it stored here. I don't want to end up in a situation where this just doesn't get fed enough and we get gunked by it, which is really the situation it's at right now. So having just something here, even if this is full, I'm not going to care. It's going to take a little bit in the beginning, but it'll catch up later. Cool. So this is currently outputting here, and then it goes left to right depending on if there's more stuff needed down there. It goes left to right depending on what are you reading down here? I see there's a combinator. So you're not outputting one because the gel is high. I want to change this over to 20K. I would like it so that there is plenty of gel over here. Because we need a lot more. What is this condition looking for again? Is it 20K? It's 10K. Great. So that way, if it's over 20K, it'll make sure it keeps replenishing. This will look for a much lower number than 20K, so it can dig through a lot more. Right, so it goes through the system. It goes, we need some more these units. I think I messed up the condition on these though. Seems like we don't store enough of them, to be honest. The belts are actually looking not bad. Maybe we do store enough of them. I love this build. This is still like my pride and joy. I know it's not even like that good, but I'm really like, I love it. Something about it just gives me happy brain chemicals, and happy brain chemicals are just so dope to have. Something we definitely want to do is improve. Whoa, let's not do whatever the heck I just did. I was just firing randomly without thinking. I want to upgrade planner, basically everything. I don't think we have any sort of belt weaving, so I'm going to do a blue to green upgrade planner just on this section here. There's a few belts and stuff that, particularly the belt that feeds the Cuban, is not quite what we're looking for. So I think it's time to just start upgrading the base. I don't think there's belt weaving. I'm generally pretty good to avoid belt weaving. So hopefully I'm correct in my assessment. We'll be just fine with that one. Cool, so now these are running again. The cube is going through the system, and the cube is going to check again for these two rules. 1, is this over 10K? If yes, great. 2, is there over 2K in here? Nope, there's like in between 0 and 5 depending on the ticket checks. So it's going to go, great, let's go back through the system. So it'll go back down again, and then we'll produce way more. Now, there is the problem that this still unloads kind of slowly. I forgot that that was a thing that we were facing. The loaders are certainly improving it, though. I don't mind it sitting here for like 10 seconds. It was a lot worse before. And all these like unload at the same time now, basically. If we can get fast loaders, it'll be better. Also, having improved power will certainly help because these loaders are not quite doing 30 items per second on the rig. I would say they're probably closer to 50 and looking at the speed, assuming that they're affected by speed as such. Either way, this should be much better for us. And look, this is starting to back up already because we don't use that much of them, but I'm figuring we're going to use a bunch of them, so I figured I'd overbuild it now. Overbuild is kind of a strong way to put it as well. We probably haven't made any blue belts for some time, I would guess. I'm gated by engine units every step of the way. I'm going to be nice here, and I'm going to send some of my express belts out so they can work on upgrading them, but that'll just be like a project whenever it's done. I was really hoping to look over at this and see it looking better, and it is looking a little bit better. I'm going to go manually walk over, and I think I'm going to turn it on. It's going to be wasteful, but I'm going to go manually fix it up so that the requisite stuff will be where it needs to be. Just so it'll run effectively. It needs to warm up anyways. We're nowhere close to going good, but think of it like this. Yes, it's not going to be at full capacity, but it will still be an improvement, and that improvement means everything's going to run quicker. I'm hoping you're stuck because it's not able to unload, but I can clearly see that that's not the case. So what's the problem? How did we run out of basic matter replication gel? That shouldn't be possible. What? Did I break the pipe? I broke the pipe. The pipe has been broken. That was running off hopes and dreams for a while, I guess? No, it shouldn't be. Oh, yeah, no, it's running off hopes and dreams. Cool. That really shows how little basic matter replication is actually used, or the gel is used, I should say, in the process, which is a good thing. I forgot we changed our mind on this. We're going to change this up a little bit. So I'm going to turn off my personal robots, and we're going to just manually move some of these. I just want them to be the front turbines so that they'll actually like do something, because the back ones with nothing else are like kind of ultra cringe. Even these ones being double stacked, not bad, but like we're gonna have a bunch of boilers that are doing nothing, or heat exchangers, I should say, not boilers. I'm gonna just manually move these. I wish you could like select an area and tell bots prioritize placing these first. That'd be a really nice feature. Or like of a blueprint, say turbines go down first versus something else. That's a little less what I want, but it's like on the nose still of what I think would be a pretty cool feature of the game. Because even if we're running this at half like capacity, this is going to be such a tremendous influx of power. So I think it'll still be worth it in the long run. Plus, we're kind of making like a tremendous amount of nuclear fuel cells. That's usually the experience I have, though, is you just make so many of them, even without Covarex. Like, Covarex is nice, don't get me wrong. I don't even know if we're ever going to get Covarex. If we do get Covarex, it'll almost certainly require the cube, mark my words. Not that it's that big of a deal. Cool. So this is better. I'm going to go into map mode really quick, and I'm going to just put these ones back that I removed so that they will be fine in the future eventually. This way we'll be able to have a little bit more power for the base, because we are really struggling. And again, we could survive with lower power, and this is technically wasteful, but it's less wasteful than I think. I hope it's less wasteful than I think is probably a better way to put than it's less wasteful than I think. Alright, sweet. So I'm going to drag this belt down. A reason being is I had initially set up a mausoleum over there, which was just going to store the spent fuel cells. Wow, that's all my stuff, but instead we're going to just have the spent fuel cells come over here for now. I figured this way they'd be a little bit more reachable. So I'm going to go load it up, and we're going to hopefully see everything kick on. Hopefully. Assuming I did everything correct, which it looks like everything looks fine. Again, we have a pretty decent amount of fuel cells that get started. These last a good chunk of time. That'd be cool. I know some people design multi-stage blueprints where you can place one blueprint and then later place one that's another one over it, but that's not super juicy. I mean, that's interesting. It makes sense. I kind of over-designed because I was doing blueprints on stream a little bit for my, which I haven't done yet, the speedrun achievements. And like I designed my base one so that everything would work. Why is it not? But you said in the research, you said that it could be either. You said either one's the fuel, but now you only say the fuel is the cube. Have you lied to me? Have you betrayed me? Has the Factoriopedia being disabled truly, I was gonna say ruin the experience? I really miss the Factoriopedia. I'm salty about that. I'm sure I could turn it on somehow. I think the words the research explain. Oh, I didn't read the research. Really not beating the allegations that I don't read. Kickstart using the cube. Once they're hot enough, they accept fuel cells. Okay. That's fine. I mean, it's also mildly inconvenient, to put it lightly, but it is fine. Reason for it being mildly inconvenient is because I'm going to actually need to recharge it a bunch up there. Because it's going to get eated. So it's fine, I guess. It also means... Oh, you know what? Someone in chat said that it would be much harder in this to be able to maintain saving fuel cells. That must be why. Clever. I hadn't put that together. Alright, cool. I mean, it's not that bad. I'm being a little whiny about it, admittedly. Let's go make a thingammy to recover it, and then we'll go bring it up there. We have plenty of steam right now. Hopefully we have plenty of fuel in the meantime. It's not like a particularly expensive endeavor to do either. There are normally n-dimensional widgets on this belt here, so I'm hoping to find some. There's plenty. Cool, so we'll go do a recovery bay. I mean, we could also go manually recover it too, but the recovery bay does it so much quicker, and if we're playing against time for like heat and stuff, we want to do it like this. Alternatively, now I'm thinking that it might be smarter for us to combine all of the heat pipes and then disconnect them later. I guess the benefit of that would be having to only do it once. Right, we need to like go get on a belt. We are so slow. I don't have any belts that would place them otherwise. I love when they turn into a little onion ring when trying to give you stuff. They spelled a C there and an O. What could it mean? That'd be so funny if the bot maker just like coded it sometimes so the bots would come up and spell random letters at you that don't mean anything. That would get in my head so hard. I hate love it. This is the Volcanus music 100%. I've heard this music a million times. An O for onion ring? Oh, stop. You know, I actually like hated onion rings when I was young. My relationship with them has changed a little bit. Like, I wouldn't call it hate anymore, but I won't often be like, I want an onion ring, you know? Alright, so what are you rocking here, big guy? Give it to me. Be honest. Tell me what the damage is. You produce 100 Celsius each time. A little over. Okay, that's actually weirdly fine. Bizarrely enough. But I don't want you to do that again. So please don't. Oh my god, you take so much heat. Oh wait, once you start at all, you start doing heat. Oh, it's totally fine. I thought I was gonna have to do it like manually until it reached like 500. It just needs a little bit of heat and then it starts eating. Alright, that's fine. I was overreacting by a lot, which is really unlike me. Okay, so you've broken again. Why have you broken? I'm very confused. Surely you should see this as a priority because there's over 6,000. Did I set up the conditions wrong? That should be fine, right? Why does that interrupt not work? I gotta look at that again in a second. Gotta go back to real life and put it over here. What? You don't have an... Oh, right. You don't have an output for your depleted cells. That makes sense. Alright, so this is started. Honestly, I'm a little concerned at how fast it's burning through heat. I'm hoping it's less so when it's full. You have to restart the reactor every time there are no fuel assemblies loaded into it. It makes it difficult to conserve fuel. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Theoretically, you'd have to build a gigantic steam reservoir to minimize the frequency of restarts. I am going to work on the prayer that we just simply won't run out of fuel cells, and by that I mean we need a lot more centrifuges to satisfy this. Now that I know it's on the line, I didn't realize what was at stake here. Ultra Q making everything more complex. Probably a bad time to upgrade Planner my base, but so it goes. Where's the cube? Oh, it's doing its thing. It's vibing. Did I leave that up there? No, I took the thing with me and get rid of that too. Cool. So I'm gonna set for that to change. I don't want to really change the belts just yet though. I mean, it doesn't really matter. All these belts can be just a single belt because of how slowly they're used. So let's just do that. Keep it simple. We'll let the rest of these feed through, and then we'll just have, once this one empties out a little bit, we'll move this one, and then have it just all coalesce down that one belt, because it's really slow. This hasn't even kicked on yet, for the record. I never plugged in the water. Wait. I forgot one thing, and it was a really important thing. This isn't one of those whatever it was, if you didn't remember it wasn't important kind of moments. This is actually a really important one. We need water, and we need it very quickly, so let's go ahead and set up some offshore pumps. That's a certified whoopsie moment right there. I'm glad we thought about it before it got too hot to actually do anything and being like, what's the problem? Because now we have a little bit of time to pregame it and get it set up again. Thank goodness. At the same time, kind of a huge blunder. Where doth you reach to? You reach to here, you reach to here, that's fine. We'll do 2 normal pipes there. This is no longer in Roboport range though, so we'll need to get our Roboport blueprint and start expanding that out as well. Okay, actually it's close enough. Cool. I think I might save. I just left it running fuel cells 24/7 and drained my uranium patches a lot faster than I was expecting. That's foreboding. Can we productivity these? No. Yeah, we can. Okay, we need to get productivity modules. I didn't realize what was at stake. No, I'm scared. All right, so we're gonna output party right here. I wanted to destroy that. It's fine. We'll get rid of those now. It'll be a little bit in storage. The cube is currently looking to be picked up from the train, but the train currently sees stuff to load, so it's not doing it. I didn't consider that to be a possibility because we've never really had a buffer of it before. It's true, the offshore pumps don't exist. I meant to handcraft them. Very good call on that one. I completely forgot. I was just gonna handcraft them and throw them in there really quick. I don't really know how many pumps you need, to be honest with you. I know it says 1200 per second, but like it feels like one does everything. Yeah, the steam reservoir is a really clever idea. I like him. Oh, I'm so nervous for it running out. It's already putting out so many fuel cells. So the heat is unfortunately, I mean, it's high enough, but it hasn't currently traveled across here yet. So we have a little bit more time to buy. And all the water is connected, so once it's plugged in, it'll be good. Did I get rid of the pumps already? I must have. Right? Did I craft them? Surely I crafted them. I'm not losing my mind. I definitely crafted them. I'll craft more because of how little I believe that I crafted them, but I totally crafted them. I'm also going to turn my personal logistics back on because I keep forgetting. But you got to go pick up the cube. You got to stop goofing around. I'm going to just put the cube back in the system for now. I should probably make a contingency for that. It's a shame that there's not like an easy way I can think of. I guess that's simple enough, right? It wastes a little bit of time to come down, but this does in fact make it so if there's no train, the cube just goes back in the system. But it is wasteful. Probably don't want to be too committal on it. Perfect. All right, water's going through there. Steam is now going to be created here very soon. And you're going to watch as all of our power problems instantly dissipate and there will be literally no downside and we're not already running out of fuel cells. There you go, there's some steam, they're kicking on. Unironically, it is going to be a pretty dramatic improvement on what we had before. It's not perfect and there's still quite a bit to add and we're going to need to scale up our production quite a bit, but it is an improvement. But let's go focus on getting those extra centrifuges down because those are very time sensitive and the faster we start processing more, the better. It looks like advanced engine units are going to be one of our banes still though. I should really just set up like a mall that makes it specifically. Oh, but we don't have any belts to place, so the cube's just gonna sit there forever. I guess I have belts, but they just got placed. The cube's getting picked up. Ah, oh, beautiful. Thank goodness the bus came in time. I was getting stressed out. As a mother of one cube, I have to be really on top of things. So we have a good buffer of this stuff, so that's good. This stuff is backed up, so it's not so bad, but like even the fact this hasn't been here in a while and there's still like a good amount of stuff. So I think that in theory our setup is working. Our matter replication gel is getting gunked though. Did I set this up properly so it would only leave after a certain point? Why are you not getting that signal? What is that signal calling for again? That one? That's the wrong one. Wish you could just like search for combinators. That'd be so nice. What does it? Oh, there it is. I couldn't find it anywhere. I was like looking. You'll only go back around there. How do you determine how to go back into yourself? Guess I don't have multi-loading here, do I? I only have this one thing off-putting, and that's probably my issue, because it's checking if it needs to go fill the substrate, and then it's checking, do we have enough to fulfill another order of basic matter units? And if the answer is no to both of those, it just goes through the system again. So we need to spruce this up. I didn't realize that's how we were currently rocking it, so let's fix that up a little bit. Space is a little bit tight to satisfy this as well, but I think we can do it. When in doubt, just move things a little bit and it'll fix itself eventually. Or it won't. So, actually this is really easy to set up. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. This is normally the input, this is normally the output over here. So we will... Honestly, I think I'm going to make these with red belts. We should have an abundance of red belts around right now, so this should be fine. This isn't going to matter too much as a red belt situation. Cube's coming back as well. Great, so what do we want the condition to be? We want this to check... I guess the quantity of this specifically, we could check for more technically. I think that this is fine to check just this gel. Technically speaking, we could run out of gel, or not gel, but matter units to fill it, which would make it pretty unhappy. But I don't think it's gonna happen, and I think that it's fine. So once it passes 20k, it'll go through the loop again and see what it needs to do. Once it's below 20k in here, it'll just keep repeating over and over again. Should be simple, except for the fact that I forgot a very important issue, which is that it gets consumed. So I will need to take one of these and use it down here before I continue to loop it through. Which is nice, because we have one extra space right there to barely eke it out. So then it'll get put through here. And then... what's a good way to put it back on? A long-handed, this is so spaghetti. This is actually absurd. It does kind of work, though. They would have you believe it doesn't work, but it does, in fact, kind of work. So now it'll check for this. It'll go, we need more. Goes here, goes in here, goes out here to go through again. And then if it says we have enough, it leaves. This is fine. This is good. Now, currently, this goes through here if neither of these conditions are met and immediately goes to be repaired every time. So that can't be like that anymore. It does, in fact, kind of work. That is... You're not wrong. It totally works. All right, I'll take totally works. The issue here is that now it'll go through this steam area here, which we don't really want it to do. This being said, we're getting a little bit tight on the specific positioning, and I'm not confident. Actually, no, that should be easy. I'll move this down one, do some red beltitude here. This just circumvents. Then you have to move it down one. There you go. This circumvents this section it was in before, and then it'll immediately check, do we need more steam or not? And if it needs more steam, it'll go, heck yeah, we need more steam. This does consume steam per activation. It actually consumes 8k steam, which is not insignificant considering how little steam these actually hold. This only has 2 activations in it currently. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up steam coming into here via pump. I think that is the next natural step for improving this area. We're going to have it so that this fills up steam a little bit when we run out of steam. That's going to be the main goal here. So it's already steam that we have access to. It's the main source of steam in the base. I don't want it to be on all the time though. So we're going to connect you here. We're going to have you check for steam, and then you're going to turn on the steam when we have less than, we'll say, the rule is to have it above 5k here. So we'll do 5k as well. I'll do 4.9k so that it won't mess up with the other circuitry. the Steam, and then we'll have it be 4.9K, and then we'll have it be, if it drops below 4.9K, it'll kick on and put up to 5K. So this will make it so that the rule for coming down here, which is currently sub 5K Steam, which I'm going to change over to 10K Steam, I think, actually. We'll upgrade both those, we'll make it 9.9K instead. That way, if there's ever under 9.9K Steam, this will just kick on. It'll be like, I need to put some Steam in here. It'll kick the Steam into the system, and then we will not run out of Steam when this tries to activate a few times. I've noticed that the cube has been chilling in a spot for a while. I assume it's because we just didn't put through enough of the stuff over there, which is to say more loaders, I think, will rectify a lot of the issues. Perhaps we haven't processed enough either. It does appear that there's a good chunk here, though, so I'm thinking maybe we just didn't load it fast enough. How's our mine looking? Sub 4 mil yet? Nope, but getting kind of close. Kind of stressful. Don't like it, but we're going to have to deal with it eventually. Alright, so let's grab some of the spectrolite we have and make a few more loaders for that one. I think that's one of the best places in the base to set up a loader or a few of them. So I think now is the time to go rectify that. The base is healing. You'll notice a lot of the belts are looking a lot healthier now. Obviously, as time passes, it'll be less healthy, but things are looking pretty good. So let's upgrade some loaders here. I'm gonna say it's probably more efficient to just run 2 loaders on both sides. I don't really know how many items per second these put out, to be honest with you. This being said, it's loadering time, and then I'll just load her like that, and that is ripping dramatically quicker. Just one of them is ripping dramatically quicker than these are currently inserting. So if we can change this to a loader as well in a moment, that would be nice. Granted, I think it's probably a good idea to also start, I mean, we're going to use buffer boxes everywhere, I think, but setting up one here is going to be paramount to a good time currently. Because there's probably plenty of times, I haven't really kept a good eye on it, but plenty of time where these are no longer running just because these machines are all backed up. Maybe this box is full. Maybe it doesn't happen, but it very well could, and that's enough for me to consider it as something we should take care of. So once we make those loaders, I'll set up a buffer box. It looks like one loader is probably fine to go through here. I don't think we produce it that fast, but this will help the machine do everything a little bit quicker. I don't think we need to change how fast it loads. I think it's more of an issue of just like how much goes through. Again, these aren't like backed up or anything. This is probably a good sign for us to upgrade to a few more crushers, and it's probably an ideal time to do so as well. We do have one extra belt here that's untouched. Granted, all the belts do kind of rub together. The downside of that would be more stone. But I don't know if that's really a huge downside. We certainly have space to add a few more of these, right? It'd be nicer if we could put them a little bit closer and this belt wasn't here, though. The cube idling here is bad. Let's let it go through a cycle or two, like we were kind of alluding to before. I'm going to set this up. I'm going to put the loaders here, and we're going to have it so that it will have somewhere to just kind of like store it in the meantime. I know we have a box there, but maybe that box wasn't quite enough. Actually, I'm being dumb here. Why don't we just replace that box with a bigger box? What if we just put Bikini Bottom somewhere else? A very valid question. And I think we're going to find out the answer is probably because it's not so simple to fix our problems by simply moving our problems elsewhere. But we'll see. Cool. So that looks good. I want to plug this back into here so that this can now read what it needs to read. Hopefully this rectifies the issues. It'll take a little bit for it to fully come through this belt and be looking good again. What the heck is this belt doing? To help throughput, we need to do something about whatever the heck's going on here. Because even when it's running at like max capacity, it's struggling apparently. So I'll have this one load here, and then we'll have that one load over there. And I think that's going to be quite nice for us. Nothing else, they should be able to unload a lot more reliably. Not going to suck nearly as often. Sweet, looks good. This is checking for 50 in here as a rule to come through. I don't think that's a sufficient rule anymore. I'm going to look for 1,000 through here. 1,000 means this is loaded and there's a buffer, which will let us almost run like another route of them, which would be good. Being said, our metal is probably going to drain in the meantime while I get all this set up. We definitely need more crushers. I don't know why I'm trying to circumvent it. Let's make 4 more of them if we can. I keep looking at things going, this is not like a problem. We can just push it off, but I've learned very clearly that the more of something we have, the better. It's Factorio. That's just how it always goes, right? So we'll make 2 more crushers. Ideally, we'll mirror this design. Unfortunately, it's just a little scrungly, though, in how it functions, and I'm not super in love with the concept of copying it entirely. But yeah, I'm going to do it anyways, which really says a lot about me as a person. Oh, nuts, it doesn't quite fit where we want it to. I was hoping to have it so that one of our belts was just able to, like, stick right there. Maybe we'll do it upwards instead, or maybe we'll just add 2 more for now. 2 more might be a little more reasonable because of space. Modded does really love to require scaling. You're so right, though, General Tank. You are not incorrect in that assessment, let me tell you. Did we finish the science, like, unironically? Well, what science did we do? Power armor. We also did our card at some point. I don't know why the science is running in. Extremely long-handed filter inserter. I forgot about you. Holy dopamine. Nobody told me extremely long-handed filter inserter was on the line. That would have changed a lot of my opinions. I'm gonna try to just put the stone on the same stone line. I really like the name of it, jokes aside. I know it sounds like I'm being like a little bit facetious, but I do quite enjoy the name. Ah, right, because I can't filter you yet. Ah, what a pain. The fact that you have long-handed inserters that can't filter is so rude. Extremely long-handed and it can filter. Honestly, they could have just told me filtered long-handed inserters and I would have been fine, but the fact that they also went for a length improvement goes crazy for no good reason. I don't think this belt really has a reason to exist right now, so I'm going to just get rid of this one. It's not used or anything. Heck, this is in the wrong place by a little bit. Alright, so that'll load those. Puts out 3 things. We have 1 of them sorted for right now. We also need the calcium and the stone. We'll set up that immediately. It's stone, looking good. Let's just have the stone go down here, I guess, and then get put onto the stone belt. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to do with the stone. The symmetry of this build is completely gone. It was already kind of scrungled though, so I'm not too shaken up about it. Alright, that's the stone going in there, and then we need the calcium, which we also kind of want to feed into roughly this area here. So I'm going to set this up preemptively and call this our calcium dump. And I will set up right here our calcium dumpers. Use filter, calcium. Honestly, the calcium train is still my pride and joy. I mean, the cube is really my pride and joy. The cube is stuck somewhere. I'm gonna need to deal with it. I was like, I haven't thought about the cube in a minute. I hope everything's fine. Everything was not fine. I just ran out of belts as well. I think we have a good chunk of them in storage, thankfully. Okay, this should be fine. Because we have enough belts in storage. Now the calcium goes in the calcium place, the stone goes in the stone line. Great. This should at least improve our stuff a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but a little bit. What happened over here, buddy? You were supposed to be fine. What are you out of? You're the opposite of out of water. You're kind of exuding water currently. I don't actually know how to get rid of water. We use very little of it here. What does one do with water? Thank goodness there's no Factorio PD. I know, I'm salting about it. I'm sorry, I'll stop. This puts out water. This also puts out water. I guess it's mineral water is why it's showing up. I could put it into water barrels and then hit it with a train. Is that deranged? Surely not. I thought this recipe was positive on water, negative on water. No, it's positive, okay. Alright, cool. This might have been a blunder. I can accept that I may have blundered in this situation. What the heck am I gonna do with all that water? There's just so much of it. Like, what? I mean, can I pump it out instead? Is that viable? Would that make any sense? Would the water do anything if I pumped it out into the main system? Surely this is consuming water all the time. This should be fine in theory, actually. I have a pump right now to make sure that water is put in when it goes past a certain point. But what about water that pumps it out past that point as well? If that'll work, that should be fine, hopefully. I'm gonna plug this in to start. Are you draining? Kinda. You are draining. Great. All right, cool. Think you were fine until you started pumping steam in the system? Was that what did it? I guess because we had to make more steam up here, but this also runs so late. This is kind of the most wasteful thing of all time, though, admittedly. If there's more than 5,000 water, pump it out. If there's less than 5,000 water, pump it in. It's flawless. No one's ever going to find a flaw with that. It really doesn't pump out much, though. But it does pump a little. Alright, it actually pumps a crazy amount. This is flawless. I'm a genius. It is kind of a burden to be this smart, I'll admit. Oh my gosh, we're actually like stockpiling a little bit of matter units too. It's so nice. Why are you stuck over here again? Just because they offload so slow. We really need the better ones. But look, this is already a market improvement. I don't mind it taking a little bit of time. Also, for the record, in case it wasn't evident, I don't think pump water in, then pump water out is a truly eloquent solution. We'll probably revisit that for something later. I don't think it's gonna work for that long, but it'll work for a little bit, maybe. Why aren't we making belts anymore? Because the engine units are just really high in demand. I'm making exactly one thing of engine units. We should probably make another thing of engine units up here, realistically. I mean, what is it made out of that's so annoying? Really nothing. Everything here is fine. I should be making so many of these units. It's kind of ultra cringe that I'm not. Whoops. Especially because elbow grease is like incredibly plentiful. I'm always like overflowing on it. This was very lazy of me to not do this sooner. This is probably the worst possible place because we have to load, I guess it's only 3 things in, but it's still a bad place for it. You miss out on a loading area. Alright, so you take electronic circuits, basic motor units, rare earth metals. I'm only making 1 of these. You consume 1/4 of 1 per second. So technically when this is running on its own and nothing else is consuming it, which is oftentimes the case, this one will be able to feed all of it. So I'm going to go ahead and I don't have any belts because we don't have any belts because we're out of belts and the priority for this is kind of scrungly. We're starting to make belts. Never mind, we're saved. I'm going to change these actually, which I should have done earlier. So these will only kick on when there's an excess of these belts rather than just eating them. The order they're in is kind of scrungly, so let's say 200 of them. If that does not surpass 200 of them, then you will not activate. So therefore the belts go into there, and then they go into the base because the base is currently missing 400 of them. Those are mine though. Sorry, little bot. Oh, we have a bunch of undergrounds actually. I can totally just use a bunch of those. This is so sad. I really hurt the base today. Like, we'll recover from it, but it's kind of a real rough situation to be in. Thankfully, the bots will give me priority over the base for these, so our build should be just fine. I did yoink them. I felt a little bit bad about it, but at the same time, like... the bots get to touch belts all the time. I don't get to touch belts nearly as often as they do, so I think it's my turn to touch the belt. Alright, cool. So... basic mode units for earth metals. Those already come up here. I should do all this in map mode. Where the heck is my map? There we are. I lost track of everything for a moment. Our mall was so pretty for a while, and then whatever the heck I'm doing happened right now. I guess it wasn't really that pretty for a while, but it was pretty for some time. There is some prettiness to it. Alright, and then rare earth metals. I'm going to just put rare earth metals on here, I think. Feels like the most logical thing currently. Great, so now that's going to go up. Thanks, little bots. Appreciate it. Feed those in. I'll admit I did not even begin to run the numbers on if this is going to be fully sustainable on the other materials, but it'll be fine. I also don't know exactly how I'm going to get it back through. I guess I can just move this belt. This belt do have no earthly reason to be in this very specific spot. What happened? Why aren't you being a belt anymore? Weird. Alright. Whatever. Not important. Underground here. And these normally go here, so then we could just bring that back around and then plug it in, because I was really lazy and I'm paying for it now. The cube really does call it upon though. And I'm going to just disconnect you. And then we're going to pretend everything is fine. Okay, you also need them over here. That's a very good thing to realize before it's too late. Okay, so that's good. Kind of a catch-22 right now because I can't make more blue belts while it's in this situation. So I'm going to just make some red belts and hopefully use those for a little bit. They're not going to really make a difference here anyways. Alright, sweet. Looks good. Let us give ourselves a little bit of power for these. Thank goodness. It's always one thing I get really lazy about, and it always comes back to bite me, and let me tell you, I literally never learn from it. It's crazy how little I learn from these mistakes. Alright, I do sometimes, but then there's another thing. It's just engine units in general. If there's engine units in the game, which there is in Factorio, I'm either going to overbuild them or not build like any. It's probably not any. And then we can have those go down here. So those can be crafted again. Are you running? You're not. You don't have any elbow grease. Why not? Because I goofed it. Or I just never plugged it in, I guess. Very awkward piping. There we go. Save me from myself, Advanced Engine Unit Maker. I just realized that these can take 4 modules. That's quite nice. I don't hate them. Alright, so now those are flowing. Some of them will go through there. Most importantly, we're going to get belts. What's the cube been doing? I haven't checked in on it in a while. Alright, so this is good. We're certainly producing way more. The issue becomes that I'm clearly not distributing it effectively with just that one loader outputting, which is fine. I kind of predicted something like that would happen. So we'll craft a few more loaders. I'm gonna turn off my personal logistics for a little bit so they'll go just do whatever they need to and not really focus about me as much. This should be a little better. This will be 2 loaders feeding into 2 of these because this splits into 4, so it gets half, half, and half. So it's only a quarter of a belt each time. Hopefully this will make a nice difference. We'll also unload it a lot faster too, which will give us a more accurate representation of how much we actually need. Look at that. That's much, much, much better. I could probably upgrade this to a loader as well for the offloading, because this isn't even like a full thing. I guess if I upgrade these to stackies, it'll probably be a little bit better as well. Get it looking quite nice. Okay, so that's good. How's the cube doing? I hadn't checked on it in a while. It's not stuck anywhere, which is something. It looks like all of our belts are slowly getting upgraded. Did anything break yet? I don't see anything broken, but that doesn't mean nothing is broken. We've got our metal. Our metal's getting stored. We're hopefully getting more efficient at producing metal. It's going through the system. It's going, yes, we need some more matter replication gel. Oh my gosh, it's not actually going to produce anymore because it's so abundant? Or is it just saying that we don't have enough gel to justify it? I'm quite surprised. I was pretty confident that there was no chance it wasn't going to go up this path right here every time up into our main matter production. Wow, it's checking for 10k. We just have a crazy amount, I guess. Huh. Alright, cool. I mean, I want to change this though, because this isn't quite as much as I'd like to store. But we are doing good on it. Whoops. Alright, I'm going to disconnect that so it's not getting any read on it at all. Oh my god, we got an extremely long-handed filter inserter. Hey, Lucario, nice to see you. You get some power for the powerless factory? I appreciate it. Oh, I actually got time to check out a good chunk of your VOD of episode 1 of Xenoverse yesterday. I forget what it was called, but you had some Pokemon I had never seen before that was really cute. I haven't caught up past like a chunk of episode 1 though, so no spoilers. Alright, so how do we get this to read? Currently it's a bit of a pain in the butt to do so. Although we do have a green line coming down pretty far, so maybe it's not so bad actually. Wait, this green line goes all the way down here. It just doesn't plug in to there. So if I plug that in to here, it should now be able to see our true number, which is 0 over there, which is fine. That makes sense. But this should go all the way up there now, which it does. So it's reading these. Now it'll look for if that one's stocked up, and it'll get us a lot more stockpiled. Look at this. This is so much nicer. These are fully populated. Long? That was totally what it was. It was water for sure, 100%. I just couldn't remember its name. The graphical style is interesting. I don't know how to describe it. Everyone's kind of tall. I think that's a good way to put it. Although, you know, my Pokemon stuff was always like Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance stuff. So when people started getting tall, it was unusual. Although they remade one of the DS games recently and everyone was short again, and that was kind of cool. I didn't really play it though. Okay, so how is this looking? I never made the other centrifuges. I knew I forgot something. Alright, so things are kind of good for a while. Unfortunately, we're back in the fact that our power is going to shut down. Now, it's nice to see how much power we have, yes. However, it's literally all about to shut down right now. In battle, I'm pretty sure it's Gen 5 graphics. That would make sense. Which one's 5? Is that X and Y? Or is that black and white? I always mix them up past like 4. I know 4 is Diamond and Pearl. From there, it's a blur. The cube is waiting for a home, and there's nothing there. Because you're fully gunked up currently. because we're just not using any deep core powder. Honestly, kind of a blessing, but also a curse because we're going to run out of coal now. I need to make this stuff, though. I'm getting distracted. Our power is about to turn off. This sucks. Everything is awful. Black and white? Okay, okay. Really? Black and white was before X and Y? Damn, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I believe you. Don't get me wrong. Oh, this is so bad. This is terrible. Everything is awful. I guess we gotta make even more centrifuges, to be honest. I was thinking 6 would be fine, but the fact that we're so negative and ran out so fast, thinking maybe 6T will be better. 60 is obviously pushing it a little bit. Being a little bit silly with that high number. Did my box ever fill up with those things? I highly doubt it did. It did not, which is just fine. We can yoink some up here. Heck, that's so unfortunate. We do have everything else made. Heck. I really didn't think it was gonna fall apart so quickly. I was like, the nuclear reactor will solve everything. Alright, let me brainstorm. We can go down to 1 nuclear reactor. Let me think about that. Like, that's gonna be decent enough, right? It's not like a full solution, but we can afford it, I think. And the power will almost certainly be worth it. Trying to run 4 right now is a little overzealous of me, I'll admit. But maybe we can run 1. If we run 1 instead of 4 as well, we're going to be able to figure out like an okay ratio of like how much we need for 1. I'm going to make 1 more centrifuge for now and slam it down. I can't believe the cube is just stuck down there. I got to go rescue it. I mean, maybe it's a blessing. At this point, we're not using a bunch of power because the cube is down there. But I feel bad having it be stranded. Let's go rescue the cube. Sorry, little buddy. Oh my god, I could have just rotated that any time for the exact same effect. Unbelievable. That's fine. Cube brain really just gets you messed up. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We're good. Everything's fine. I'm going to keep saying it's fine to manifest the fact that our factory is not about to lose all of its power. I can't believe we ripped these so many fuel cells. That was a lot of fuel cells. I guess we do use a pretty tremendous amount of power, so it's not that surprising in practice. We're still kind of crazy. Also, the bots are charging a pretty generous amount now, too. Has it kicked off yet? Still running. We made 10,000 abstract interrogation cards at 29 hours into the run. 29 hours and we don't have our 4th science yet? My goodness, Ultra Cube. What have you done to me? Alright. Let's slam down another one. We can make a uranium fuel cell too, which is kind of a cool upgrade, I guess. Upgrade's a strong word. Oh my god, 2 of these weren't running actually. Oh no, that's probably what the issue was. Or at least a chunk of the issue. Heck. I didn't know that was something that happened. That's a certified rut-row moment for sure. Alright, well, that does explain at least a little bit of what went wrong. I think I'm still going to turn off a few of the reactors. Now the power really looks out. Oh, believe you me, the power is truly in an unfortunate situation. I'm going to turn off 3 of our nuclear reactors. These are going to run for another like 20 seconds or so, and we're going to have the dopamine while those are still running, but it's not going to last much longer. 20 seconds is kind of a guess. It'll probably be a little bit longer. The Great Blue Belt upgrade of 2026 was in fact one of the most devastating things to the Cube Empire, I'll admit. But it's done now. Which is something. Still a lot of things to improve, including the build for actually making those turbines. I want to make those 2 more centrifuges. I completely forgot that I had set that and they weren't putting down any belts because 1, they were prioritizing me, which I didn't have enough, and 2, we weren't just making them because I did the advanced engine units. I just had really bad time and decision management there, unfortunately. It's fine. At least we got Gleba music playing, so everything feels okay for a little bit. I'd like to start putting these in a box now because we need a bunch of them. Whoops, that is not a viable off-ramp for those though. Okay, so that's fine. I saw that our engine units aren't keeping up. I assume it's because we have a single engine unit maker. How much do you produce? You produce 0.5 per second. How much do you consume? You consume 0.5 per second. So yeah, we're gonna need a few more of those as well. Let's just set up like a dedicated thingy for this. May as well. These are pretty simple to do. I'm gonna just copy that. This should be fine. I mean, actually, we need more of these. How's the factory going? Absolutely horrible, to be honest. Mostly it's skill issues, though. It's not going that bad, but I'm certainly getting skill checked from some previous bad designs I set up, which is just how it goes. Make it good the first time or you're going to suffer from it. But other than that, I'm just being dramatic. It's really not that bad. How are you doing today, T? Hopefully good. This is at the end of the line, admittedly, so it's not going to get a lot of love early, but it'll get enough love as time goes on. Hopefully. I'm really guessing on a lot of these that this will be fine. Wait, I don't want those to offload at all. This will be enough to... I only made 3 of them. Alright, well, we'll do a 4th one up here. I thought I had made 4. Clearly I did not. This will be enough to feed all those advanced engine unit makers. They're actually quite a large build space requirement. Okay, went home to work with baby. Hopefully home is comfy then. That's a pipe on the bell. This should be plenty to be able to feed this now. It's more of a demand, but look, we need so many of these advanced engine units. It's not okay to not be supplying more of it. And this is just for our mall up here. We need way more down there as well. Speed modules research. I don't even know where I'd put those right now, to be honest with you. I can't believe the power is still running. We didn't produce anymore, did we? I guess they just have a little bit more heat in them. Why are you using so little heat? I guess you are cooling very slowly. I guess the way that it works is these heat pipes will have to drop down a bit before more of this heat comes out of here. Second, we get a little bit of time. Can random inserters do 2 items per second? I was just sitting there trying to count the seconds. I doubt it. It does look like this is backing up. Good call. Okay, so now we got some of these. We can make those more centrifuges. We need just 3 more of them to get the centrifuges that we want. Awesome. Great. And then we'll have these store once we have excess. We should have excess now. There should be a generous amount of them. So if that surpasses 30 of them, then you can have permission to take some. How about that? Boom. Oh, whoops. I don't want to... Heck. I did it backwards. Can I use the rule there? I totally can. Great. I always do that wrong. I always put the rule on the belt itself instead of the inserter. Silly me. Awesome. So let's go make those centrifuges. I mean, maybe we'll just be fine now too. Why is the cube sitting down there? What happened? Oh, I'll have to go troubleshoot that. I swear, this whole base, I make it okay, and then it's not okay. Let's clear some stuff out of our inventory and just take a second to breathe. I guess we'll go work on the cube now. We needed red circuits for the centrifuge. There's a line of red circuits there. They in a box or not in a box? Let's start putting red circuits in a box here so we can request them as well. So it looks like this area is mostly backed up because these are just used for making these over here. Should be just fine. Cool. That's our 2 centrifuges. We'll go bring those over. We'll do 6 instead of 3. The cube is just sitting there while unpowered, which is really fascinating because I don't think that that should be possible for it to end up unpowered here. What? Did I not grab it? Oh, it's further down the line unpowered. Okay, that should be even less possible. I'm gonna put it into the charger over on the left, but I'm so heckin' slow. There we go. My guess is something I messed up here. So it'll output here. Ah, okay, it doesn't recharge properly. I need a second charger here. I mean, I could probably get away with one, but a second one would just be like the simplest way to do it. How do we make the long-handed inserters? Oh, of course they take resplendent plate, but how long are they? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I read stack size 50 and I thought it meant it could hold 50 things at once and I got really excited. I may have misunderstood the situation ever so slightly. And I have truly suffered for it. This should be fine now. Now that there's a way for it to output, I was just putting it on the belt, not charging it, thinking that it would be guaranteed to charge by coming through here, but it is not in fact guaranteed to charge because it can just go straight through here if this isn't necessary. Which means we can get rid of this charger. I guess I could have just moved that one, but that's fine. Now, the question is... Okay, I guess the problem becomes it needs to come down here uncharged. So I guess we can move it a little bit. We need to move this downward. So it'll make the decision if it needs to be charged first. How the heck am I going to charge it here, though? Oh, you know, I can just force it to go through here instead of being silly. Right? Because it says the exact same thing I want. It'll charge itself over and over again. Oh, this is so confusing. And if it doesn't want to be charged, it'll go down here. If it goes here, it needs to be charged, though. So there has to be a charger here. Or I need to make a new rule for it to loop around again. There's really no space for a charger, though. It's just really unfortunate. Like, I put one in, but actually inserting it's a real problem. I guess I can put it on this line here, actually. That's a lot easier thinking about it. This is the line that goes if we need more substrate, so it should just be fine to put a charger here. That should be fine. Doesn't charge if it goes to substrate, does charge if it goes through here, does charge if it goes through. It's a little bit wasteful, but it seems okay. Before you had it just going up to use that recovery bay? Yeah, I did have it go up here before. I think it's because I added this extra part in where I was like, loop again. If we need more material, just go crazy for it. I think I just got really wacky with the wiring there. All right, let's go put those down. Hopefully now everything is a little bit better. I'm hoping that also with that extra setup that we have of those advanced engine units, I can grab some of those and hopefully put them into these maker for the power as well. Has our power run out yet? Honestly, it's holding on real strong. We just don't want it to fully run out if we can. There's 3 in there, so we're producing them just slowly but surely. I kind of want to scale this up to 12. I think that's probably going to be the next plan. Going to be a little bit expensive in the long run. But I think it's almost certainly worth it and something we should do. Now, we are going to rip through our uranium, as was alluded to. We have another patch there and another patch there, but they're not as big as what we have now. But the power turning off means we have to stop literally everything, which is inconvenient. So let's go ahead and double up on the centrifuges, up to 12 of them. After that, though, honestly, like, we've done most of the sub-projects I was trying to do. The things that I pinned at the start of the stream, or at the end of last stream, took us like 3 hours to get through, but we got through them, and that's the important thing. I think what's next on the agenda is looking into the new sciences, particularly the cube folding, I think is probably going to be what we do first, because it's interesting. So I was actually kind of wrong. I was going to assume that many of these sciences were going to pop up. Oh, there's blue loaders. Cool. We did get more of them, but there's only a handful of them that are doubled up. So what do we have? We have worker, robot, or let's look at the double one specifically. Wait, we can get Spidertron? Wait. I want one. I don't know if I need one, but I want one. What's the benefit of a Spidertron? We're wicked quick. Probably really good for transporting the cube as well. I bet you that doesn't have any downside if the Spidertron takes the cube. Can you load to a Spidertron with an inserter? I doubt it. I'd be surprised. But I do love Spidertron, so we'll probably make one. Exoskeleton Mark II. I almost certainly need to get exoskeletons and better armor now that we have it available. What do you mean mystery furnace? If you sacrifice an item to the spirits, you'll get something in return. You got me a little bit confused on that one, admittedly. The arcane drive. Legendary Spidertron makes her return. I don't know. That seems like a pretty big investment for a mod pack that doesn't have quality, especially. Actually, I don't think it has quality, right? There's no way there's quality in this. There's no chance. We would have seen it on things already. Yeah, there's no quality. I assume at least. I think the PDS shows it. All right, the PDS doesn't work. Surely quality is not a thing. I would have noticed. Nah, it ain't a thing. Mod packs are particular with quality because if it's not built around quality, you can usually like break a lot of things with quality, I feel. 40-hour quality jump scare. That would be horrible. Then I would try to upscale my cube. That would actually be so cool. You could upscale your cube by getting 64 uncommon smaller cubes. Then you accidentally recycle one of your cubes and you're like, uh-oh. We can get our logistics system, which is nice. So the arcane drive gives us this thing. We don't know what it does, though. It's not... It goes make faster better than before. It goes make faster better than before. Alright, It does goes makes faster better than before. I assume we need this for progression because there's other things after it. The Forbidden Ziggurat? Is that how you pronounce it? 128 arcane drive units. 400. Oh, God. Consumes 4.05 gigawatts of power. Oh, interesting. Ultra fast loaders are there too. Experimental teleporter requires power and control modules for calibration. An item or player is placed inside calibrated teleporting and be transmitted instantly to another. More than one teleport is calibrated and ready to receive. The destination is random. Every time I get like a new tier of tech in this mod, my brain shuts down a little bit more. Double advanced engine unit? Oh no, not double advanced engine unit. I can't even handle advanced engine unit. I could barely handle engine unit. Quantum analysis. Activates and cycles qubits through various flavors. I don't know what a qubit is. Analyzes qubits in pairs. The requiring pairing of input qubit types is selected uniformly at random among all possible combinations after a successful decode. Oh no. What are these? Consuming any incorrect combination of 2 qubits? This really knows how to make me feel like I've absolutely been surpassed in my skill. Energy bulk frame. Quantum analysis is fun. Fabian, you saying that scares me. Your idea of fun is usually a little bit above my my capacity. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. I'm confident enough. All right, let's not worry about that now. That's a future Miko problem. Remember when we were scared about folding the cube? Well, we still are, so let's face that right now instead. I forgot we have to do tendril expulsion. I don't know where these tendrils are coming from, though. Altered components. Oh, interesting. It's a recipe that outputs some contemplation cards and widgets. I don't know if I'll take advantage of that one. That one's strange. Peculiar. Probably want the advanced solar equipment if we're going to be grabbing our exoskeleton, as well as some productivity to make those mines last a little bit longer in the meantime. Really, we can just queue up all the remaining sciences. There's not many of them that are just the default sciences before we need the new ones. Qubit is a quantum bit? Oh, no. Okay, so this train's being silly. No, we need to add a new condition for that, actually. It's not that the train's being bad or anything. So we don't want it to come down here. It's looking to see if there's any deep core ore over there, which isn't inherently bad because this is out of deep core ore, so it should... Actually, it's not even checking the right part of it. What condition? Is it green that it's checking instead of red? Is that why it's broken? No, that's not the one. Okay, so that needs to be plugged into red. That should basically fix it altogether for now. That's better. I mean, still too low. But we need to add another condition effectively. I think it's probably better for us to do a combinator because we want to check two things. One, that I guess this is low. So if we can set up a radar over here and plug it in, it's not gonna be able to kick on otherwise. Oh, you know what? Can I check? Stopped train. All right, hold on. That's actually big. We can check for T to be a value here. And if T is a value, it won't come down. I think that's the smarter way to do it. Because if the train is just sitting there doing nothing, it means that there's no reason for it to come down. I think it's a clever solution to it. So let's set up a combinator over here. And then we'll have this plug into here. Unfortunately, we're using red wires to go into the back of the combinator, which I don't like doing, but that's fine. And we should be able to add the conditions ahead of time while we're waiting. We're looking for two things. We're looking for T to have a value. It said it was 59. I don't know if that's specific to it or fluctuating, but we'll have to keep it in mind. And then we want to look also at the deep core ore to make sure how much is available. Surely I have some combinators on me. We've had to use plenty so far. Heck, that's all the way over there. I'm running anywhere. Anywhere but where I gotta be, unfortunately. Okay, so once we have this set up, we want this to be over, we'll say 1,000 or under 1,000. Cool, and T is equal to 59. Again, I don't know if 59 is going to change or if that's the specific train's ID. Hopefully it's fine with just being 59. I could just do not equal to 0. That might be safer though. Cool, so we want it to be not equal to 59 actually. Because at least right now it means there's a train there, so it shouldn't go. And we want the condition that this is low. If both of these are the case, then it can go swing by. Cool, looks good. I think that'll work a little bit better and have less wasteful time. I love our new design fits. It looks so nice watching it come down like that. It identified we have enough fluids in here, so we should do another loop through as well. It's gonna get stuck though because it just unloads so quickly and it loops so fast. Certainly want to focus down the better, whatever the heck they're called, loaders ASAP, because that'll fix that problem as soon as we have better loaders. I think it's still fine to let it chill for a little bit because we're using them slowly but surely. All right, cool. So that's working. We're doing a little bit more science. We're gonna need to set up our next science. What's the best way to do that? I guess let's think about which science we want to do first. We have 2 of them available. We have Deep Introspection card, which is effectively done right now. I guess not effectively, but we've done the quote-unquote hard part, or at least the more menial part, which is collecting the deep core dust, and I guess the ore in general. We're crushing it currently. You need to smelt it into resplendent plates. Do resplendent plates take anything other than just the powder? It's just the powder. So we can set up a stack making resplendent plates for this. In addition, we need crystals, and I don't actually know how to make deep core crystals. Perhaps we don't have the research for it, but surely we do. We certainly do. So it looks like in a chemical plant, it is deep solution, calcium, and deep core powder. Deep solution comes from 2,000 deep core powder and sulfuric acid. The alternative science we have is the white one, which is synthetic premonition, and this is where we get into the spooky stuff and set up blue circuits and stuff. Other than that, I don't think this one's too bad. I don't think blue circuits were too bad. It was just that spectralite. So one path, we need to go finish setting up what we had for the powder. And I think I'm going to do that first because that one's also contingent on us spending the powder so that we don't run out of coal over here. We're not about to run out, but we're close enough where I'm kind of stressing it a little bit, and I'd rather have it set up sooner than later. So let's focus on the pink science. I know I said we were going to do the other one, but we'll do the pink one first. So resplendent plate, explosive concrete, deep core crystal, all very easy seemingly. The sulfuric acid needs to go somewhere. We might need to produce more of it. We have sulfuric acid. I don't know how far the pipes go. I don't think they go really anywhere. They at least come down here a little bit. For batteries. Oh my gosh, I'm just like a big old monster trying to destroy everything. There we go. Trying to think of the best way to drag this out of this area because it's a little bit tight. I'm thinking we're probably better to just bring it along here instead. We already have a stack apparently of resplendent plates. I didn't realize we were making them already. Cool. Thankfully, those also take the matter units that we just upgraded, so it's kind of a win-win for us. We planned ahead for him. This is going to prevent us from running out of our gelatinous tar, which is very important to keeping everything running. So it's a win-win. Cool, so we'll bring that further down. I guess we can bring it down here. We have a stack of these. This is clearly not a very big stack. I kind of want to expand it out. I probably set this up initially because I thought we just weren't going to need to supply that many. Pipeline's been overextended. Say it ain't so. How could you, pipeline? I assume I don't have any pumps currently made and available to go, so we'll go craft some of those while walking over. Wonderful. Pipeline has been appropriately extended. So how many of these plates are we going to need? Let's look at the science pack itself. Each one of these makes 0.16, which is a very, very, very small amount per second. Making about 1 per minute. We'll just say 1 for simplicity. It's not exactly 1, it's slightly more. Per second, I should say. How much do we need for the science pack? They are made, I assume, in the normal crafters. So let's throw down one of those, which I thought I had a request for, but I guess I never set up the request for them. Oh no, I do have a request for them. I just didn't see my inventory, so my inventory is still kind of a mess. Let's look at the science itself. So, Deep Introspection card takes Resplendent Plate, Deep Core Crystal Explosives, and Concrete. And it's looking like it's taking 0.08 Resplendent Plates. So one of these actually fuels 2 of these. However, it makes very, very little of them as well. This stack can supply 16 crafters right now. That's assuming we can, of course, supply the deep core powder and stuff to maintain 16 of these crafters. But why not go for 16 of them? You know, live big. Thanks, little bot. You're so great. I love you. We'll do 16 of these. I guess we'll do them in 2 stacks of... like this. Like, oh my god, I can't make a straight line, it shows. Brutal. I could just copy paste them. Let's do that for simplicity. Thinking if we do 2 different stacks like this, maybe have them kind of like back to back and unloading like this, it could be nice. So, what do we need to put in? Oh my gosh, we're getting another science pack. It's been so long, it feels like it's like a whole different lifetime, basically. Deep core crystal is something we need to do. We obviously have the resplendent plates, and this stack is more than enough to supply this. I mean, actually, this is kind of like on the nose now, right? Yeah, this is like a perfect amount. So we probably want to extend this out too. I'd rather have more resplendent. I'm sure we need more of them. Thankfully, I did make it so it's fairly easy to double up on them. The issue now is just that there is a box of the crystals here, which is not that big of an issue. I'm going to turn that off for a little bit. And then we're just going to stick all the resplendent plates over here for now. Sweet. We can move the other one basically whenever, so I'm not sweating if it's a little bit too close. This will give us a little bit of a buffer of extra. Because again, they're 1 to 2, so having 16 of these means that 8 barely fits it. This gives us a lot of extra now. Handcraft a few furnaces. I feel like electric furnaces are usually a big pain to make, but I've been handcrafting them very easily every time. So I've never bothered setting them up because they're just so simple to make. And you also don't use them that much either. It's a really weird dichotomy. We got 2 cars in here, so that's working. Wait a minute. This doesn't feel right. I guess because your interrupt's not kicking on because you spend so much time sitting there. We're gonna add a new weight condition here just for time passed because we might run into an issue. It probably won't be an issue. You're not reading that anymore? I need to figure out what's wrong with that interrupt. I may have broken it at one point. This is my favorite part. It makes it all worth it. The calcium car has gone so crazy. So why aren't you doing that anymore? Perhaps it's because you weren't stopped at a place, so you weren't receiving the signal? Your signal, the signal's only at that stop. That's what it is. I set it up deliberately so it would only go from that stop so it'd get enough acceleration. It might have enough acceleration now that it's switched over to vehicle fuel since it has a little bit more though. Not that it should matter because now in theory, after, I guess I have it 10 minutes, but let's make it a little bit shorter. Let's make it 240 seconds. That means every 4 minutes it'll swing by here and blow this up if it's required to blow it up. That way we won't get completely stocked up on calcium and things will be able to keep flowing. Cool, so that's a good improvement there. We need some chem plants, so let's figure out how to do this. We need to do deep core crystal, and we also need deep solution. Was deep solution a synthesizer? It's got to be a synthesizer one. It oozes synthesizer. There's no way it can't be. Yeah, let's go grab some green circuits if we can find some. Our metal's pretty far behind. Oh, where's Cube Chem? There it is. It's doing the metal now. I think it might be time for us to upgrade our metal once more, too. Maybe. Maybe it just takes too long to get over. Couldn't you link the chest to the train stop via signal and then create an interrupt to go there once it reaches a certain number? Sounds viable to me. I never really messed with interrupts before this playthrough at all, so I was kind of just spitballing it. Currently, the chest links all the way up to the northwestern train stop, I want to say. Yeah, the northwestern one, so that can read that specifically, which will then give the interrupt from this chest to swing around. So it should, in theory, work. It's just the issue is that I didn't put it on this one because when I tested it initially, the train doesn't get enough acceleration coming down here to blow up the car on its own and just gets stuck here. But that was when I was running it with wood, I think, maybe coal. So it might just be fine now as well. I could potentially try to plug it in. But in theory, this should be fine to give it like a nice go through. Maybe not perfect, but it might work for now. I do appreciate the suggestion, Haku. It's a good idea. Okay, this is not this. What is this? Ultra dense furnace. Oh, okay. I thought it was a synthesizer. I looked at it too quick. Looks like we can also distill sand and mineral water to put out some more solution. peculiar. Where are we getting all this mineral water from? I see these recipes that are saying, I see deep core crystal produces mineral water. So we're gonna have to deal with it at some point. That outputs half is the mineral water. This distillation recipe is actually quite interesting. We always have an excess of sand, so that's not an issue. 200 sulfuric acid for 500 solution. That's not bad. I mean, it cuts the mineral water in half and does a bunch of it at once, so I don't think it's a terrible idea. Alright, let's go make an ultra dense furnace. Ah, the sound of factory. Heck, that means we're gonna need the cube to come down here. I guess it's not so bad since the cube already swings sort of around here, but this is a little bit off the beaten path. The cube line's lowest point is here. We're gonna need to come all the way down here if we do it here. I guess we can put it on the site then. We'll put the ultra dense furnace on the cube line. I have so many of these, I didn't realize I had a bunch of extra. So this recipe specifically is 2,000, a pretty tremendous amount of deep core powder, and 4,000 sulfuric acid, a really significant amount. However, it outputs 10,000 of the solution. So it's also a liquid going out, so we don't need to stress too much on the output of it. This being said, I don't know how much we're going to really run through. Let's put it over here for now. This gives us a little bit of space. Then again, it's going to be really awkward to bring up all that powder. We could technically bring up a line of it here, but one line's not going to be so good. Honestly, this area has to come down because this is like not real. I need my boss to, it's way too slow. This is where we were doing our temporary setup to get the spectraline. It's no longer relevant, so we're going to just take it down and reclaim this area, I think. And use this for smelting it. It's a really prime area. I might regret it later and go, I wish I was using that for spectraline, but for now at least it works. Cool, it looks good. And we'll leave the spectraline that was smelted in boxes here in case we need it. Sweet, so let's go over here. Much closer to the line here. We have a lot of spaces to load, assuming we can get it across here. I guess I don't know exactly how we're gonna get the core over here. There, the powder. I want to do 2 of them, I think. Reason being is because we can kind of like... I mean, it's gonna make a lot of it at once. I just had an idea of loading it kind of like that in the middle. Have a pipe. Our sulfuric acid goes down. I want to say it's that yellow line right there. It is. So it doesn't really reach this far up. We can bring it up. It doesn't currently reach this far up. But let's load it downwards here, and we'll assume the sulfuric acid will make it up here somehow, because everything makes it up here somehow. But we could set it up. Oh, no, actually, it won't be able to load like that anyways, because I'll have to recharge. I guess we don't need 2 of these. I changed my mind. 1 is fine. So this needs to have powder, which we have an abundance of now. If we can get 2 belts of powder up, I'm going to be way happier about it. The issue is that this is just one of the densest parts of the factory right now. We have to channel our marble brain and find the perfect line. I think I see it, hopefully. We can load it over here. We've got like 2 straight lines that can go basically all the way across. Then up here. Then across here, and then we're there, basically. So I'm going to build it backwards in hopes that this is fine. I don't love building so close to these lines specifically, because these ones I kind of want to extend out later. But I might just move the whole furnace setup, to be honest. With the concept of teleporters, it makes the cube a lot less difficult to get around. There's probably a big restriction on it. But if we can start teleporting the cube around, that does change a lot of my opinion of how I want to build. So I'm going to operate under the expectation that it changes a lot for us. Whoops, those are backwards. I was wondering why that wouldn't work. Save on one of those. Awesome. This is a lot easier. I can bring stuff through here without too much trouble. Ideally, the calcium car won't go off basically at all once we start doing this stuff because calcium will be consumed more. We just have such an abundance of it in the meantime that it's very tough to justify how much we have. Sweet. Uniform with the rail for the most part. And that'll get deep core powder up here. I think having 2 belts of it is a lot smarter than having 1 belt. I would like to also use loaders for this part. Which might be a little bit excess because of how infrequently it's going to be used. Whoops. Undo that one at least. Very nice. That's looking better. Whoops. Alright, cool. Let's go make a couple of loaders. We certainly have the spectrolite for them. We can make a few of them in the meantime. That's certainly the appeal of doing the other science first, I suppose, is that we'll have so much spectrolite that we'll be able to make loaders automated. Otherwise, we just can't do them right now functionally. I want to check on the nuclear power as well. I keep checking the power from time to time. It looks like we've dropped off a little bit. I think we were capping at 250 before. Honestly, I should use loaders here too, thinking about it. Whoops. Okay, I made him smooch accidentally. I apologize for that. That was not the intention. To cause the loaders to be smooching. Sweet. So there's advanced solar panel equipment. Let's make our fancier armor too. Get some exoskeletons because goodness, we've been walking 30 hours now and our legs are pretty tired. So if we could supplement that weight with like, I don't know, cool robot legs, that would kind of go crazy. Alright, so the synthesizer's extra. We can pick it up for now. And this will be nice too, because again, deep core is powder is what's currently gating us on a lot of things. Thank goodness we have some loaders. They're going to be so helpful down the line. Now I know it's red loader into blue belt, but we don't really have the luxury of making blue loaders just yet, but when we do, it'll be nice. Forgot this patch existed. I'm glad it's still conking. I feel like I just need a second to like decompress though. Think about what's going on. This is running again though, which is good. Getting more coal means we're not going to run out of coal. Oh, right. I forgot about those centrifuges. We should do those too. So what does this need? This needs calcium, which, you know, we have an abundance of. It's coming right down here anyways. So I'm going to snap off some of this calcium in the meantime. It needs the deep solution and then the deep core powder. And the powder is right there. This currently makes 0.16 per second. The science packs use 0.8 per second. So I think we'll just do the exact same setup we have over here, but we'll have a little bit extra because I'm sure it'll be used for things and we can always extend it outwards if need be. Do it like that. Difference here is we only need like one set of items coming through here versus the 4 that are required for those. So we might have the luxury of not needing to underground belts, but I might just do it anyways because I kind of feel like it looks nice. Especially with pipes coming through here, it's probably just going to be the play. Let's move this over a little bit so that the calcium coming through is a little more centered. Do a splitter for the calcium. And then we'll have the calcium go under like this. But we'll do what we did before where we have one feeding here and then we have another one. Oh, actually, it's not going to work quite as much, right? Because of their size. How do we want the pipes to be loaded? If it's like this, this might be fine. You can load the deep core juice on the outside. Deep solution, sorry, not juice, certainly not juice. Mineral water outputs here, and then we can process the mineral water later. I suppose we'll have to design this. Let's go into map mode. We're in map mode. We're not in map mode. I tricked myself into believing I was in map mode. So if we do it like this, we can load like that. We have a lot of space doing this design too. Oh, that needs to move a little bit as well. Underground there. That loads. We also need power poles. This does look good. This looks fine. This is slightly off center of where it should be though, so I'm going to move that upwards before it gets out of hand. Making this whole thing and have it not be symmetrical would be kind of ultra cringe, so if we can avoid that, we should. Ah, see, this is Gleba music. Anytime I hear this kind of stuff, I know I'm immediately in Gleba. Gleba music's so weird. I kind of like it, but it's really freaky when you're not listening to Gleba stuff. Ah, I didn't move this down far enough. There we go. Good to get it working first, then we can just flip it horizontally and slam it on there. I think we want to load far side here so that we have space for the undergrounds, because we need underground belts here. Cool, that way we have mineral output, and then input. This design looks pretty good, I don't hate it. We can have that one centralized belt outputting our cores, which are going to be very slow. Glorp core? Oh my god, I love the word glorp core. Hold on. Gleba got me feeling something I ain't felt in years. Alright, cool. So that is the calcium setup. This design should be copyable now, unless I gunked something. I've noticed that this has a filter for some reason. I don't know why it does. That doesn't work. Cool. So now we should be able to just copy paste this and repeat it, and it should be fine. All right, we also have to bring in, what was it, calcium? No, we already have calcium. The deep core powder, how could I forget? Which is right here, so it's actually really simple to do. Plan was to pull it off like this and then do the same little underground setup we had before. I can actually copy this and just paste it like this. And kind of repeat it on the other sides. Heck, that's not the one I wanted. There we go. So that looks good. We can bring down the deep core powder down here. And now the deep core crystals are just waiting for their deep solution, which have been successfully fed, other than the piping for the sulfuric acid and then getting it so the cube will come down here and actually do it. But we're looking good for now. I'm going to need a bunch of storage tanks over here, to be honest. It produces a boatload every time, but if it's used for science, I want a good chunk of it available. We're gonna have to handcraft some of those to satisfy the demands of the base, but that's fine. Cool, so we need to get the sulfuric acid plugged in. Let's focus on that now. We're getting close to the science pack though. Like, most of the hard parts are done. I say hard parts. I think getting the logistics of the cube out there was one of the more important things, and we already have it done, so we're feeling pretty good about that. Oh my god, the perfect line. It does exist. Cool. That should be sulfuric acid. It might strain the pipe and say it's too long. I genuinely do not know if it will, but it might, so we'll have to keep that in mind. And set up a pump if so. But ideally we'll just see it all flow in. There we go. Huge chunk of sulfuric acid goes in. I'm concerned that our sulfuric acid production is kind of stinky because I made it in the very beginning and then never touched it up again. But we might not need that much in practice. We'll have to see. Either way, they should add underground pipes that like span the whole base automatically, so that I don't have to do horrible piping. Hypothetically. Can I bring a pipe along here to bring it out? It looks like kind of, but not really. Okay, yeah, no, certainly not. There's a little bit of pipe real estate we can potentially take advantage of here. So I'm going to try to do that, and we're going to try and output our pipe specifically right down here, because it looks promising to at least get it out of the area. The rest of it looks whatever. None of this is going to look that great, unfortunately. Oh my god, it is the perfect line again. Alright, it wasn't that perfect, but it was close enough. Look, it gets it down here, which is kind of where we need. Yeah, it's like perfect from this point onward. Me and pipes just don't mix, alright? Cool, so we'll have it go here. We'll have it one more up, actually. That's not quite what we wanted. There we go. Have it go here, and then we'll have it go down. Plug that bad boy in, and wouldn't you know, that is our deep core juice, which has a name that isn't juice, but I'm going to keep calling it juice because all I could think of is to call it juice, and I kind of want to drink it. If I'm being totally honest. This is possible here simply because we can use one of the elbow pipes, which we will need to do here, but those pipes exist for situations like that, so we'll take advantage of it. I will have to craft an elbow pipe in the meantime, though. I don't think I have those in boxes. Probably should have. Cool. That'll make it so we can have adjacent pipes. Now, for the fun part is we need to go and say, when does the cube come down here? So right now, the cube is coming down this line specifically, because there's a rule to look to see if we need more contemplation cards or if we need more of that. So we're going to need to add an extra rule to it, which is this combinator right here. This combinator looks for matter units. It looks for... I'm surprised it's getting an input as it goes. I guess we connected everything accidentally. It's looking for if there's refined metal coming from a combinator up here. This one. This is the one that basically says it's good to do another metal route. Is also looking for this rule here, which is, do we have enough of these in boxes? And the answer is no, currently. It's this combinator right here. Sub 250, we need to. So we need to add one more rule to this combinator. So we'll set up one more combinator. We'll plug it in to the back of this combinator. We'll have it go. We'll signal it with deep solution. We also haven't done the mineral water output, I'm realizing, but we'll deal with that in a little bit. And this needs to check specifically wire cannot reach. All right. Better. So this is going to check if there is enough deep solution outputting, and if there's not, it's going to output a 1 for that specifically. So we're going to look at the solution itself. We're going to say, if there is, we'll say 10,000. There's less than 10,000 output this specific thing. So we're going to look for this to also look for the signal for an OR of this. If that is equal to 1, then it'll get the signal, it'll come down here. Now we do another splitter over here, and we need to set up the splitter with the logic of when to come down and fuel up this bad boy over here. Ideally, we'll have another repairer over here as well. I think I have an extra one on me, right? 2 of them even better. I'm going to use an underground because we need this space a little bit. I think this spot's just fine that we picked, though. I think this is maybe not the most ideal, but good enough, effectively. So this will come down here, and it will load into here. And we're going to set up the same logic we had before with like a looper, basically. Maybe. I don't know, actually. It's going to take a long time to load 4,000. It might not be worth setting up a looper for this. It might just be like, come back again later. All right, this only exists to loop the ore as well, it looks like. That should be fine. Okay, so this will output the cube. We don't need to sort it for cube or anything. Want an underground belt, so we'll grab one of those out of our inventory. Underground it here. We need a little bit of space, and then this will just go back on here. That simple. Input cube, output cube. This can loop it. We can technically set this to loop it. I'm going to preemptively set it up, but I don't think it's a great idea. My real concern is that the deep core powder is just going to run so low that I think it might be better to just let it naturally run through every now and then. So for the moment, I'm going to have it set so that this will enable based on this and this will enable based on this. But in reality, what I'm going to do is make it so that this will never ever loop. I'm going to make it so that this one is just facing the wrong way. And then this one is... I guess I won't do either of them. It's just not going to loop. I want it to just go through once because I think it'll take way too much powder to load it. We can get an idea of how much it's going to take. Plus, keep in mind, it's 2,000 per each one and 4,000 sulfuric acid. So the acid might take a hit. So we'll have to focus on that issue too. But now, I forgot to plug this one in. So I'm going to output priority left really quickly in the meantime because the cube is sort of coming down this way. Slowly but surely. It has to go through a little bit more of the loop. We want to plug this in over to here. And in theory, so this should be simple enough here. We'll use the exact same rule. Set the output side, and we'll base it on deep solution 1 being the signal. Set output side. Set it to deep solution. And because we're using that red cable, it should only read this and not the other one. Deep solution. And if this is equal to 1 or not equal to 1, we'll determine where it goes. We did it backwards. We did it right? Actually, wait, no. This is outputting 1. We got it right the first time. I always do it wrong every time. Why are you outputting that way then? Ah, because I didn't set the 1 itself. Silly me. Perfect. So now if it's equal to 1, it'll come down here. It'll load through here. I forgot to repair it on its way out, I'm realizing. So we'll need to do that really quickly. But that's pretty quick to do, thankfully. Great, so now, once the cube does that, we'll see it go through. It might take the trip down for some more core. It might be time for it to do that. I'm surprised you're here. I guess it's low enough where it justifies it. There's still plenty of ore. I mean, we're not using it that quickly yet. We're going to be using it as time goes on, though. Alright, so that's where the fluid should come through. Let's finish doing the fluid inputs on the back here if we can. And other than that, we're looking pretty good on everything. We just need to hook up this. This is a fun science to put together. I like this one so far. Alright, so the cube is on the train because it called for it. The cube yearned for the train, so therefore the train arrived in its moment of need. Goes through our system down here at our deep core mine where it has to go through. Shoots out a bunch of it at once. Alright, we want to do some more loaders down there too, I forgot. We can potentially wait on it for a little bit until we get the next science set up. So cool. It just goes, you know what, let's send it out for now. Loads up on here, and now that should be good. Wait, why did you unload? That doesn't seem right. Ah, you send it back if there's less than 3,000. That should be fine, right? Ah, the core's already loaded again. Great. Perfect, perfect. Our timing on that seems to be good now. So the core will reload before it goes back through. It returns over here. It'll unload the core first over here. Or the cube, excuse me. And then it'll go and drop off its cargo, and then it'll start going back and forth again. This is good. Now the cube gets 2 cycles over here, which is a good chunk of this extra deep core ore. Not a crazy amount, but enough to keep us going for a little bit. I could add more cycles into it too, but I think we need to start unloading it a little bit faster, which is totally doable if we... Well, actually not. I was going to say if we just set up more loaders on the side, but it only unloads right here. I guess we could technically have this unload into several unloaders like we had initially. But for now, so the cube returns through. Now it's going to come down this lane here, because it's going to determine that one of those 3 things are currently met. Currently, all 3 of them are met, in fact, where we can make more ore, we can make some deep solution, and we can produce some more contemplative replication for the contemplation units, whatever they're called, cards. There we go. There's our first deep solution craft. Unloads it all. Unfortunately, it's only 9 containers, so it looks like it goes through it pretty quickly. However, that should also make it down here, and there you go. We have our deep core crystals being made. It consumes 16.6 per operation, which means we're actually going to rip through it rather quickly. And judging by the electricity, it does appear that we've run out of our power at last, which means we're going to need to jumpstart it again. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. They're so, like, perfectly spaced out. It's so unfortunate. I really don't like it. I'm gonna go turn on one of them like I alluded to before. Let's also try to get a few more of those centrifuges. We should have a bunch of advanced engine units in a box now. Ideally, I think at least. See, look, like the cube took its full trip and like there's still stuff in these boxes now. Everything is looking so much better. Okay, there's like none in here. That's fair actually, because I made a specific rule where you can only take where there is like a bunch, and you probably just backed up all of this stuff here. So it's not that bad. It's working fine. Working as intended. Oh, I forgot about the power armor. Holy moly, it takes spectral processor. So we can't make the power armor just yet anyways, but that'll be nice because we'll go from a 5x5 to a 7x7. Then we'll work on getting our exoskeletons, which are 2x4, so they're very big right now. They wouldn't really be able to fit in our zoom. Do heat pipes not lose effectiveness when they're further away from the reactor? They certainly do. Well, effectiveness is a strong word. They just like heat up much slower and need to be at a higher heat basically. But yeah, they do lose effectiveness, yes. Long and short. I forgot about modular casing and stuff. Oh no, when we make productivity modules, there's just a 1 in 4 chance to make one. How rude. I didn't realize what was happening there. That's fine. I guess we get the casings back if it fails. Alright, so I wanted to craft up these centrifuges, but I forgot the concrete. Okay, I thought so. It's been a while since I've done a reactor. Yeah, so the way that heat works in general is like, the closer it is to the... Basically, every step it takes longer to heat up, effectively. That's the long and short of my understanding of it. In places like a kilo, it's a lot less impactful, just because you need like some heat going through it to melt things. But when it comes to making nuclear reactors, if you can't keep that 500 degrees to melt things, it becomes really problematic. I guess melt is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. I would be melting at 500 degrees Celsius personally. Maybe you're built a little bit different, at which point, you know, I respect the hustle. But I am simply... I think I would be liquid at that point. Probably. Maybe not. I don't really know. I might just be like a gas at that point too. I'd really rather not find out, so we're going to try and avoid being 500 degrees Celsius. It's like 36 degrees Celsius here today, which is almost 500 if you round upwards to 500. Otherwise, it's not that close. We need red circuits, it looks like, for the other part. We do have a red circuit box now, which is nice, so we can kind of cheese our way into a bunch of it. Then some rare earth metals. Let's go grab a bunch of those, load them up. And this factory keeps getting bigger, but I feel like I'm not doing anything in the factory. It's really fascinating. I feel like I'm not doing enough for the cube. One must truly give their life for the cube and all their worldly possessions to the cube. But currently my worldly possessions are like a pile of concrete and a few inserters. So would the cube even want that? I don't know. It's tough. Where is the cube? Oh, it's going all the way up to the top right now. We are so good on matter units now, though. That was like such a market improvement for us. I think we need to improve these thingies, the widget replication. The cube's desires are inscrutable. Crazy. You're so right about it, though. I also didn't think I'd be seeing the word inscrutable today, but here we are. Living in the true paradise. Are you running? You are running. It's just our power's all gunky. Alright, QB, you and me gotta hang out for a little bit. Isn't there a folding recipe for widgets? There is. There is. I think once we look into the next science pack, we're going to be looking for improving the widgets. I know that they said kind of early on that like you won't necessarily use every recipe based on like every time you get a new one, you might not necessarily want to use it. But so far, like basically every new recipe has been tempting to do. So I think I'm probably going to take advantage of most of them. Perhaps not all, but certainly a good chunk of them because holy guacamole, the base desires a lot. Plus the folding one just seems interesting. Wait, Cube, where'd you go? Come back. Cube, wait. Come back, come back. Yoink. Cool. So we're going to grab you over. We're going to manually jumpstart that bottom left of the nuclear reactors. We're just going to run a quarter of it. Now, the downside of this is we're going to be putting out much less power. Like, we're barely able to, like, keep up with what we want right now. And fueling only one of them means we miss out on a couple of things. One, the reactor bonus. Two, the reactor bonus, I guess. It's really just the reactor bonus. Having the adjacent ones gives it 50% more for each of them, or 100%, whatever it is. So you get a bunch of bonus power for having them adjacent. But for now, I think having the factory run at 100% capacity is more important than anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and plug this in. I believe I disconnected the other ones. They can't take the cube. I mean, it really doesn't matter as long as the cube isn't grabbing. Oh, look, they placed a few more in the meantime because those ones are illogical. So we've crafted some. That's something. Looks like I was planning on doing the top left one, so we'll do that one. Actually, I'm quite surprised. This still has power. What do you mean no input fluid? No cube, wait. I guess the heat just never dissipated. Alright, so now we're running one. Wait, why does that look so dark and polluted? I swear these don't normally put out like a black mist. Am I crazy? They do have a water connection. There's edges that are put in with pipes around the big square over here. It just looks kind of subtle. I think it adds to the design personally. Oh, my little robots. It's trying to show you that you're making a mistake by not just using only the cube for power. Alright, so I'm going to plug all these in, so this one will be basically our corner that works, which is not the most ideal thing in the world, I'll admit, but it's something, right? Cool, so we can just replace that one. Okay, the power poles are apparently slightly different, but that shouldn't matter. Mining productivity for Stygian Energy Lab. I forgot about that one. I'm going to go ahead and nab a few more of these in the meantime. I should really have put the cube back somewhere else. I'll hopefully be quick to finish this one up. Ah, I see. I messed it up. It used to be symmetrical, but it's not anymore. So this should actually be fine to copy like this. Or not symmetrical, but mirrored is the word I'm looking for. Let's do that once more. Flip it horizontally. Vertically? Vertically. But this one's right when I did it horizontally, right? Because it's horizontal. That makes more sense. Cool. So that's better. Now we have one of these running at full capacity. It puts us at 184 megawatts, which is honestly much better than I expected. But again, we were only running at partial capacity to start with. So let's bring the cube back. Let's just run one of our 4. We'll have it so they're all available. But trying to feed 4 of them is clearly way, way, way too much for us right now. I was very overzealous with that design. Cool, so we have 4 uranium in here anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and I guess I'll manually repair the cube. There's a cube repair right here. Boom, so now the cube goes through here and it's like, all right, time to make some stuff. Okay, so that's fine, but I would have preferred you to do a few more activations. I haven't bound the second flip one. I just flip and rotate twice, so I need the other one. Honestly, that's totally reasonable. I always mix them up all the time anyways. It'd probably be easier to just do rotate, rotate, rotate instead of horizontal and vertical. I can save a few belts here. Hold on. Stonks. Absolutely rolling in it now. Okay, so the cube will go resupply. We're out of gelatinous tar. Right, I wanted to potentially... No, I did change this already to load that way. Cool, so that looks good. Cube is doing great. Proud of you, Cube. Let's go finish up science now, I guess. Hopefully we can maintain that one with... Did I put down the rest of them? Yeah, 16 of these going... Or 12 of these? 12 of these, not 16. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, no, it's 12. Math is tough for me today. Something we will need to deal with, though, is the fact that we're backing up on uranium-238. We don't really have a way to deal with it yet. I don't really want to know what uranium-234 is for. I hope it's like a win con or something. I don't exactly know how you're supposed to win Ultra Cube. We're already reaching into like really weird ethereal stuff, so surely there's something. Gonna upgrade these into their much larger counterparts. No, bots, don't do it. Wait, I'm panicking. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop, 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 stop. That's so much uranium-235 in storage. It's not necessary. No, you're doing great. I know I told you to do it. I'm sorry. Alright, that was a blunder. I panicked a little bit there, but we're good now. Actually, this is fine as is. Cool. So we'll put that there. Feed all the crunchy uranium back in. And then we will upgrade that one as well. Oh, my personal logistics are off. I was like, why aren't my bots doing this? My bots are being so lazy. Just here being rude to my bots. In reality, they just can't because I told them not to. Terrible bot ownership for sure. I'm going to turn this one really quick. I'm going to blacklist it instead. Just because there's that really, really rare chance of getting that uranium-234. Alright, cool. That'll be able to store a bunch more of that, but it's a little bit more time. Hopefully resulting in more 235 available to us, which means producing more power and not running out of power. Really, I hope we don't run out of power again. Surely it'll be better with just 1 instead of 4. That is a Roboport dead zone, certainly. Let's set one over here so I stop doing that, if we can. There we go. Your wire hookup for the 235 mausoleum? Oh, good call. So wait, now it'll know to come in here when necessary. Alright, cool. It looks good. We've already produced some, so that's something. We make a lot of packs for each one. I think just eating 4 of them at once was too much. So let's go back to our science. I can't believe that like we've maintained SPM. Like I know it's only 20 something, but the fact that we've maintained it at all is like crazy. The base is healing. Time for us to introduce a new science that will break everything. In fact, we'll do 2 sciences to break everything just to keep the base on its toes and a bit more ready for a fight. I really love the color of this one. This is a very satisfying color of resource. Okay, so we have mineral water. Wow, we basically made none before we got mineral water conked. I didn't realize how much we were making. All right, so how do we deal with mineral water? Good question. We can turn mineral water into normal water as well as some deep core powder and calcium. Alternatively, we could turn 2,000 of it into much more deep core powder and then some deep core solution. Interesting. This takes sand and sulfuric acid, but it doesn't give us extra calcium. The calcium coming from this is kind of useless to us. The powder is whatever. It's not much of it. I think materialistically, this is far more useful. It's a lot more powder. I guess it's less technically. 400 to 8 versus 2,000 to 50. Yeah, so it's significantly more powder, but I'm really just looking at that deep solution. More of that is quite nice. Less times that the cube has to do that's going to be a nice treat. I'm thinking we're going to want to do the distillation specifically. I don't think the sand's going to be an issue. I hope. Eats 1,000 at a time. Crafting time is 60 seconds though. Holy guacamole. Maybe not. 60 seconds. Have you lost your mind? These produce 13 per second, which means this setup of 8 machines is doing like roughly 100 per second. So actually, that's really not that bad in practice to distill it. No, because the distillery also puts out half of it back. Maybe I'll run both in conjunction. We just make a lot of mineral water. I didn't realize how bad it would be. This just eats all of it and gives water, and water is easy enough to get rid of. It'd be really nice to take advantage of the deep core, I forget what it's called, juice. I'm gonna call it core juice. It's gonna be core juice from now on. It'd be nice to have the core juice be able to like cycle back in, but 60-second craft time is crazy. It's so slow. And it only eats 1,000 over 60 seconds, which is just rough. I guess I could do 6 of them though, because we make about 100 per second, which is 6,000 per minute roughly. 6 of them would be fine. Let's just do that. That sounds right to me. I hope my numbers aren't off. It'll be kind of ultra cringe if they are. It sounded good in my head, but when I play Factorio, especially something like this, for long enough, my brain starts to forget how to do math, which is a real problem. Alright, so we'll aim for 7. How about that? This feels like it's never gonna work. I gotta get out of my head. This will totally work. Have some faith. I just really like the idea of returning some of that deep core juice. That's all. Like, that just seems so nice to me in theory. Alright, so we've got 6 of them on the way. So I want 1 more, which is just a little bit more of the matter. It looks like our cube is actually just traveling perfectly. And again, look at the timing on it. It's so nice. As this is starting to decay and we're starting to get a little bit low on materials, not even low because we still have a huge buffer, then it goes up to resupply the buffer. So everything is coming up pretty good. Daily QL type, you might know, you can shift click on your inventory to quick transfer just that stack. Oh. Honestly, I only knew about control clicking to do that whole thing. I didn't know about shift clicking. Well, that's what many hours in Factorio gets you. I appreciate the daily QOL tip. Honestly, keep them coming daily, because I'm sure there's still plenty of them I don't really know. It'd be very helpful to take just a little bit out from the chest instead of the whole thing. Usually I just manually grab it because I don't want to take the whole thing. Okay, so we have our distilleries. How big are distilleries? Kind of chunky. Okay, so these are going to need to input sulfuric acid, which this is also going to put a damper on our sulfuric acid. It's not as much. And then we can take the mineral water in, and then the sand. It outputs water, which is not the most useful, as well as the deep solution, which is very useful. Oh, this needs a lot of space, actually. I can put it really close to here. This should be fine. I want a lot more in the front side, I think. Just control click right move. Control right click to move everything that can fit. I know I got time to fill only some items. Yeah, but I don't like filling my whole inventory. I didn't craft the other two yet. That's fine. So, what direction do we want this to face is the question. This might actually be easier this way. We can plug it in really easily over to that pipe. We need a lot of piping on this side though, so I changed my mind actually. I want it this way. So we have our deep core solution here. No, moves all the ends into a machine. Ah, yes, for a machine for sure. Oh, this is awkward. We're gonna want these to be touching sides like this. Not the end of the world, but it's a little awkward. Alright, so the deep core solution will go out here. Probably want a tank for mineral water, just to kind of like maintain how much we have. There's gonna be a lot moving through pipes otherwise. Not called a tank though, it's called, oh, it is called a tank. Okay, cool. Finished Stygian Energy Lab. I'm quite curious about that. Maybe that's a better solution to our power, but too late now. So we'll put our tanks down here. These will be for the water of the mineral variety, unlike normal water. What's the difference between mineral water and normal water? People drink mineral water, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? Surely that's a thing. I feel like I've seen mineral water for sale, so it's clearly drinkable. Why don't we just simply drink the water, I guess is my question. Okay, so we need to input sand still. Mineral water is tap water, but it costs 50 times more. Luckily, I like tap water. Is there a /pet cube? Unknown command pet, unfortunately. Thirsty engineer. How the heck are we going to get sand in here? I mean, I can see how to get sand in here on a long-handed inserter, but we need 200. I mean, I could just have like a ton of long-handed inserters, like a really irresponsible amount of long-handed inserters. Am I crazy for thinking that's kind of the way? This is kind of perfect, actually. I'm gonna do a crazy amount of long-handed inserters. I'm getting straight up irresponsible with my total amount of long-handed inserters. Is this right? This feels wrong. I guess it's right. If it's wrong, why does it feel so right, though? You need pipes on both sides. I technically don't need the pipes flush with them. I do need pipes basically everywhere, unfortunately, for this. Because we have an input of mineral water and an output of mineral water. So we're going to need a lot of it. So that's all the mineral water looking good. We have the sulfuric acid come out here and then have our belt of sand come down here. Oh, yeah, this is nice. That doesn't line up. Whoops. We'll have to fix that. That's fine. I'm also going to need power for these, but that's easier than not. We can just make a few substations, actually, and those will go kind of crazy. I think we have a bunch of those coming down here, and I love substations, so here's an excuse to use a bunch of them, because this is a really wacky looking build we're doing. Cool. I want to set up automation for substations soon and just start moving over to those basically all together. Oh, look how convenient it is. Boom. Heck, I need one more of them because this pipe comes out here. Actually, that pipe comes out here too, so I need more than that. This is such a scrungly build. I'm not gonna be able to do inserters all the way across, I think. I really like the idea of it though, I really do. Tap water in civilized societies, in most civilized societies, is already enriched with minerals either from the facility or naturally when collected. Oh, interesting. I used to be on like, I forget what it was called. There was this water I used to buy though when I was on my breaks at work. It came in like a tall, clear bottle and it was like blue. I think, oh, smart water. It was smart water. I remember it now. And that stuff was like, it tasted better than normal water. It felt like a big waste because it was just like expensive water. But it did have the caveat of like tasting good, I guess. But it was just kind of expensive water at the end of the day. Okay, this piping actually goes insane. Never mind. What a build. Bet you've never seen pipes go underneath long-handed inserters before. Maybe you have, actually. Maybe it's not that impressive. Impressive's probably the wrong word, too. But it's definitely different, and I really like it. It's unique. Yeah, they put specific minerals and ratios in it to make the water taste good. And, like, for the record, I think tap water is, like, super cool. I'm a big tap water fan. My roommate, she absolutely hates tap water and will, like, do everything she can to avoid it. But I think tap water is pretty cool. And frankly, gotta get rid of this one, too. Frankly, that water was just really tasty. So, like, it's unfortunate that tap water doesn't taste exactly like that. Not that it's that big of a deal. This is the sulfuric acid, so we can plug it at the top. Roommate catching strays again. I felt so bad. I was telling her yesterday that I was like talking about her on stream again, and she's like, probably nothing good, like always. And I was like, no, don't be like that. It's not that it's bad. I was like glazing your research work. What do you mean? She's like, yeah, I bet. I was like, no, I was. I really was, though. I think her research work is so interesting and so good for the world. Okay. So the sulfuric acid is plugged in the back. The mineral water is not plugged in yet, but will be soon. I need the sand to come down here. Currently, sand goes here to die. We definitely want sand to go live elsewhere first. Roommate sounds cool. She's really cool. Don't let her, like, hear me say that, but no. She's super, like... A lot of stuff she does is for the better of the world. Kind of unironically. I don't want to paint her like a literal superhero type thing, but she certainly does a lot of work to try and, like, make the world a better place, which is really dope. I respect it a lot. Say something nice about Rumi? Okay, let me think. I shouldn't have to think hard about it. It's not really hard to think about. I don't know. She works really hard and tries to do good things for the world, and I respect that. Your roommate sounds cringe. She's not cringe. Don't worry. I wouldn't be roommates with someone cringe. Okay, so something we need to do here, potentially, I think. Do we need to pump it? I don't think we need to pump it. I think we can just plug it in. Not enough sand is making it through, which is not an issue I expected to have. However, this does seem to load very slowly, so maybe the sand will be fine. We currently have it so that the sand goes here and just gets destroyed for the sake of it, which is not ideal. So I'm going to put output priority to feed this before it gets destroyed, because this sand literally does nothing. I don't drink it either. It doesn't taste good where I'm living right now. See, that's fair enough. I mean, there was a place I remember... I don't remember where it was. It was somewhere in America, though, where, like, their tap water was basically just, like, effectively poison for a very long time. So I totally get it. Uh-oh. What happened to the power? Why is it broken? Is it this? What? What happened? Alright, that turned it on again. That must have been what it was. Weird. It's still undrinkable? Oh, interesting. It was Flint. That's crazy. That's straight up messed up, to be honest. I don't think that's that crazy of a take either. Okay, so I don't think we're crushing enough sand to flow this. No, maybe we are. We're ahead now. Your mineral water's not outputting yet, though. Alright, so hopefully this works. This seems like a good idea in theory. The sand's a little bit slow, but it might just be fine. It also might be we have to make more sand, which is not a big deal. Because we have plenty of stone. I'm just kidding, we're basically out of stone. Why are we out of stone? We're not. This is just like limiting itself. Cool. We can make like a dedicated one actually, just to put more sand down here. We don't have a ton of space for it though. Can we fit it right here? Not really. I mean, kinda. You don't think. It doesn't fit far enough. Wait, no, it totally does. Wait. I could absolutely put it here. I don't think one will be enough to really like make a major difference, but at least be a little bit more sand for it, and it kind of fits in here. A lot of the game is just kind of fitting stuff where it works. This one's not going to get polluted by going through the glass first either. Okay, so resplendent plates done. Deep core crystals probably done. This might not be so done, but it also might be done. It's kind of tough to see. Oh, it's 2,000 and not 1,000? This should be fine then. We're making plenty of sand for this. Or whatever it's called. Oh, we haven't outputted water yet. Also, we need to output dark core. This does powder too? I didn't remember doing powder. That's fine. I did not know deep core powder was part of the recipe for success, but we will set that up now. We also need to put the water out, which should be an easier one, thankfully. I think there's a water over here. There is a water over here. So we'll just set up a pump and just stick it over there, and that should be fine. As an offshore pump, we have one of these, but we'll put down another one. Put it over here. I love using undergrounds here, even though it's not necessary. I just like how it looks. What a fun build. Alright, cool. So now the water can put out, so we need to set up a few poles to be able to remove here. I guess we'll just do a few more substations. Kind of a big waste though, and they're kind of expensive. But aesthetically, it kind of goes crazy. Sweet. So deep core powder can just go down here. And we can just feed it back into the box, and it should be good. Actually, in theory, this is probably better to feed it right under the line. The box is okay, but this means that it will take priority and this won't end up backing up. And the box can absolutely be full. So input priority on this side. This also has the caveat where it might still get messed up, because if it's all pulling from one side of the belt. Probably better to put it in a solemn receptacle, which is still an absolutely diabolical name for a storage device. Let's put up the line a little bit so I have space for the solemn receptacle. Actually, something I could do is some belt foo as well. I don't want you to read belt contents, but I do want you to enable disable based on the deep core powder in here. If this drops below, I mean, I guess if it comes 0, I'll say below 10, then we'll have it kick on. Otherwise, this side will take all the priority and all this will be used. We got tendril expulsion. We made a... I don't really know what tendril expulsion means still to this point. I researched that. I guess we can look at the tech tree and see. Let's look at tendril expulsion. This makes ectoplasm. But what the heck's a tendril? Nothing I've seen outputs a tendril yet, and yet they've given me a research to expel? Remove tendrils. Expel, that's the word we're looking for. But it takes residual tendrils to do it. Where are these tendrils coming from? The world needs to know. Alright, so we're going to be using more of this powder as time goes on. Currently, we're not using basically any of it, simply because, well, we're not having a demand for it. But deep core crystals are done. Resplendent plates are done. Concrete, super simple to do. We've already said it once before. I don't know how explosives are, but I imagine they're going to want some of the coal that we currently don't have down here. Let's figure out why we don't have any coal. Because we haven't been crushing anything because there's too much deep core powder. It's the long and short of it. Which hopefully will fix itself. Maybe I shouldn't have made more deep core powder if we're already kind of rolling in it. Hopefully with the science setup, we won't be rolling in it quite as hard, but time will tell on that one. Let's move this to the side a little bit so we have a little bit of breathing room. And that way if we want to expand it out, it'll be easier to do. So we need 4 inputs. These take very, very little per second of each of these. So when we bring these out, at least we can put these on the same belt. We can keep it simple. I think I'll exercise going underneath it once more. I'll bring these down for now. We might change how this looks down the line, admittedly. But for now, we'll do 2 and then move them like that. Needs to be a little bit further. I really like this design. I don't know why. It's really grown on me. Wait, these are too thick. Alright, they're too thick for that. That's fine. Sometimes you're too thick for something, and that's okay. So we're going to ixnay that design and go back to our original one. Which is just loading on 2 different belts. A lot more boring, but should be fine for what we want. Split this one here and then drag it on down. Want our outputs in the middle of these new things. Obviously it's a little bit too close, so we'll go fix that up really quick. Put our outputs down. Guess we'll just stick with medium power poles here. I don't think we need to go crazy with the not medium power poles that definitely have a name that I haven't forgotten. That I glaze literally all the time. Which are substations, because I didn't forget the name. And it's pretty obvious if you were like listening to the context clues, I didn't forget the name. So I'm going to make it so that it's just fully adjacent now if we're doing the belts like this. I think it's going to be easier this way. Shame we can't just buy longer belts. That's actually so true. Alright, cool. Let us take our deconstruction planet because we're going to want this area in the future. All right, so now the 2 less interesting ones, explosives and concrete. So assuming explosives take coal, which I'd be very surprised if they didn't, but that does raise a small... They don't take coal. Not a problem at all. Cool. I was like, we're kind of hurting on coal, so I don't really know what I'm going to do about that. Turns out they take 5 items, none of which are coal, so forget all of what I just said. It's not important anymore, which is awesome. Does take chem plants, as it always does. Still haven't automated them because I don't learn from my mistakes. We've learned this earlier in the stream. So let's put those down really quick, set up some explosives. 0.25 per second. These consume 0.08, which means 3 of these are fed by 1 of these machines. So we'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I'm like counting in my hand. It looks like actually 6. Cool. So we'll aim for 6 of these to satisfy our current demand. Which means we're gonna need to craft more of them too, but that's fine. The cube has just been kind of doing its thing, like, responsibly and not needing us, which, again, as a cube mother, it does make me a little bit sad that I feel unneeded, but I'm glad that the cube has been able to thrive. Oh, are we completely out of our deep solution? We are out of deep solution. We should probably set a rule for making more deep solution now, because clearly we're gonna need more. Currently, it swings down here and then immediately leaves. I'm gonna try to change it now. We're going to make it so that there's at least 10k in here to start. We'll do that. Do the same rule. If it's greater than 10k, it'll leave. If it's less than 10k, this will kick on and then cycle it through the circle. Clearly, we need a lot more of it at once. That's going to be trial and error, I think, primarily. Just to, like, figure out where that sweet spot is for letting the cube stop there, make a bunch, and then leave. Oh, look, the cube's on a trip now. It's on vacation. I have a request for stone bricks. I didn't realize. That's kind of brilliant. Should really just set up chemical plants, but haha, right? Wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, look at our belts are so saturated now too. I forgot we had the long reach mod on. I've never run with it before, but the mod pack had it included, so I figured might as well. How are we doing our bots in our system now? 5,000 logistics bots, 3,000 construction bots. We're looking fine. Didn't you set up chemical plants on Monday? No chance I set up chemical plants. Unbelievable. Genuinely shocked right now. I genuinely thought you were just making a joke. I can't believe I set those up. What's happened to me? What have I become? I didn't finish this either, apparently. So let's quickly squeeze that out. There we go. Cool. So there's some chemical plants down. I cannot believe I automated chemical plants. I've changed. Ultra Cube has done a lot to me. All right, so you need 5 things. Ethanol is the one that's kind of glaring to me, because so far we only get ethanol out of potatoes and use it very sparingly. Also going to need to use unstable gas. How much of each? Very little, and it's fairly slow. Hopefully it'll be fine, but if we need to expand our potato farm, we'll do so. Definitely not something I thought I would be saying while playing Factorio, but here we are, playing Factorio with our potatoes. I guess I can make that a little tighter, actually, huh? Whoops, not those ones. And then have them connect, and it should be fine. Cool. So the bottom pipe is ethanol, the upper one is unstable gas. I don't think ethanol comes over here. I know unstable gas does. Unstable gas comes right through here, so we can nab that. How far does ethanol go is the question. We grow our potatoes somewhere. Here. Produce ethanol here. I guess we can look at this. We make 25 ethanol per second right now. These demand 5 ethanol per second, so we certainly need to upgrade our potatoes. Okay, there's actually, like, still fuel cells on the belt. That's comforting. And there's a bunch to be made by swinging through there, so we might be good on power for a little while, fingers crossed. But to get the ethanol, we are going to need to improve it, which means I think we're going to need to make more potato grower thingies. I did the thing in it. What is it? Shift click or is it shift click? All right, cool. We shift clicked. We'll do 2 more distilleries because that can basically pay for all of the stuff we need down there. I think it's a little bit short in what we need, but it's close enough. You're really not outputting much. I forget what you're used for right now. Where does the ethanol go? Ah, okay, you're literally only used for emotional decomposition, so it might not even be necessary, to be honest, to scale it up more. I will scale it up, but I don't even think it's necessary. I think this is just bonus. I think that that green cable is intended to go across here, so I want to fix that really quick too. Okay, so we need water going in the bottom and then essential oils going in the top. Can't believe how our fluids are just kind of working now. It genuinely feels like I've messed up somehow, which is, I know, a little redundant because, like, if they're working, then everything is good. But they took so long to start working that I feel like they shouldn't be working now even. All right, let's do... I'm going to go into map mode here for pipes because I might not have all the pipes I want on me. Oh, this is actually a little bit too tight. I mean, it's not. We can make it work, but it's an awkward one. Thought it's going to be a little bit too tight. But we can barely make it work. It's just not going to look very pretty, unfortunately. So we need the water to go up there, so let us grab some. And we're going to just make it go above the belt here. Again, it's not eloquent, but we have the space for it, so we may as well take advantage of the fact that we can do it. Whoops, that was the wrong one I grabbed. Unfortunate. There we go. So water goes in the top, and then there's the essential oils over there. I apparently messed this up really badly. Ah, right. That doesn't actually work yet either. Alright, it's a lot more jank than I expected, admittedly. The eloquence factor has been destroyed, but there's water going in. Essential oils, mash, ethanol out. Already going in the pipe, so this should just be an improvement. We should produce more. Don't actually know if we have a tank of it. We do have a tank of it already. Great. So we may need to make more of those. I believe those only feed 2 to 1. So we would need 4 more of them. But for now, not our problem. It appears the cube has gotten stuck. Because I didn't set up a repair cycle. I only set up a return cycle. Makes sense. Put down one of those recovery bays here as well. Can a bot hold the cube? There's no way. The cube is way too heavy for tiny little bot arms. Alright, it loads very slowly. I mean, it doesn't load that slowly. Like, it's loading hundreds of items per second, basically. But each one requires 2,000. I think it's fine to keep it here for a little bit in the meantime. We are out of metals and stuff. I think it's probably a good idea to start upgrading that. I know we kind of alluded to it before. We had another recipe that's really inefficient, but we could potentially set that up if we get more metal. You'd be surprised how strong bots can be. I could believe it. Our bots are doing their best. Some of them are even like full of despair and anguish, but you know what? They still get up and they still come to the factory every day. And that's genuinely super commendable. They're doing their best and I'm extremely proud of them. Is this not... That's the rare metal. Okay, that's fine. No biggie. Okay, so we've upgraded the ethanol a little bit. This is the ethanol line here. Let us make it so the ethanol reaches down here, because currently it reaches really, really far away. So you want it to come back pretty far. Thinking down here is probably our best drag point. It does go further left a little bit, but this is like a decent spot. There's no pipes that I can see currently in the way. I'm going to call for a deconstruction planner over some of this stuff so I can see a little bit better. I haven't clicked this show milestones before. Took us 8 minutes to get our first science pack. It's gonna take us 30 hours to get our fourth. Go figure. Really interesting to see some of these things. First train at 5 hours. First fast loader at 20. How many cars have we made and broken? That's the real number. Kills. 89 cars. Oh, I love it. Can't get enough of it. That is by far my magnum opus when it comes to this playthrough. I don't think it gets any better than that. I think we've already peaked effectively. How many more activations do you need before you move on, little cube? Where are you? I'm so bad at finding it. There it is. This does use like a tremendous amount of deep core powder, so I shouldn't, I guess, be that stressed about it. Because it really just eats deep core powder activating this. The train is going to pick up more, so everything is like working. But hit car with train truly is like the peak for me. Still 6.5k. It's going to be a lot more activations. I'm going to change it so that it's 5 for now. Just so we can go back through the factory for a little bit. $5,000 is probably decent because it's across 9 tanks anyway, so it's actually 45,000. Right, I was doing the ethanol, keeping distracted from the ethanol. We brought it down here, I removed all that stuff, cool. So let's bring the ethanol across here and then down a little bit. Bring it down over here. Sweet, that's better. So now the ethanol will be connected down here. This mod absolutely loves fluids and pipes. Maybe just a lot of mods do. But I haven't really done many mods. Honestly, like beating Factorio was already a pretty big endeavor for me. I'm guessing we're gonna need a pump too. Maybe not because it's only going one direction, but we might need a pump. So we clearly need one for the sulfuric acid right here. No, it looks like we're just fine. Cool, so that is our ethanol. We need the unstable gas, which again, that one is a little bit easier because it already comes basically all the way down here. Right here, in fact. So why don't we take it from right here? Great, perfect. So now we need sulfur, which is very far away. Conductive wire, super easy, comes from metal, and then sand. Sand is currently, I want to say it's a little bit in demand, but this uses what? 0.05 sand per second. So we could probably take a little bit from here. Again, we could scale up our sand if need be, so I'm not too stressed about it in practice. But we shall nab the sand and then bring it across here and then down. In addition, we should probably get some crafters down that make the stuff on site, the wire. How much are we going to need is the question. Makes 4 per second. These eat 1 per second, so 2 of them will be enough, so we'll set up 2 of those. Those just take a little bit of the metal, as we were saying before, so you'll steal some of that metal there. Craft it right here, and then boom, that's done. Can we have a few of these on the same belt? We certainly can, pretty easily. So we'll have these belts come together. Just have a singular belt feeding them. Wait, outputting is going to be really annoying. It needs 3 items in. I can get funky with it, it's fine. This might actually not be as efficient as I hope it is, but it might be fine. I'm thinking we can input and then output like this. Maybe not. It's not going to be close enough. I think I made the pipes too close to the back, which is a really easy fix, but I just didn't think about it at the time. All right, we'll just move you down a little bit. And that should fix everything. Then we can just copy paste it once we have one of them set up. That gives us way more space for loading. Practically infinite space, which we were lacking before, so yay for space. Ah, you don't have power. I was like, why aren't you running yet? Thinking it might be wise here for us to set up a storage box for this too. The metal runs out sometimes. It is pulling from a less desirable lane though, so maybe it'll just be fine. Honk honk. I haven't honk honked at the train in a while. Cube World just had me feeling distressed today. Alright, cool. So now all we need is sulfur. We're probably not going to want to make sulfur on site. We actually totally can. It's refined tar and water, which is not bad for us. How much sulfur does it produce? How much do we need? It makes 1 per second. These eat 1.5 per second. All right, never mind. Probably want to make those on site. So it's 2 to 3 for these. So 3 sulfur makers is feeding 2 of these. So we're going to need 9 sulfur makers to satisfy these absolutely ravenous sulfur demand. And then the essential oils, right. That's a good point. Forgot that it outputs essential oils in Steam. Oh, but it's gonna be so annoying. We make it over here. I guess it wouldn't be that bad because I can go on the outer side of the base. To avoid more piping, I think we will make it on site and just bring the sulfur over. It's a shame that there's not really a convenient train line to bring it. We could set that up instead, though. It might help instead of the belts. I kind of thought this science was going to pop right together, but even the sulfur is taking us a while. That's okay. We're getting it done. Slowly but surely. Let's pray that our oils and stuff can actually keep up with this. So I'm going to make a separate build over here from our previous one. I should probably make it even further because it doesn't really line up with the tanks anymore because of the stupid belts. I guess I can move the belts actually. This one especially is pretty easy to move. I completely forgot we were making deep core powder anywhere else, to be honest. There's just like a crap load of bots in here. There are a pretty significant amount of bots in here. Cool. So I can have this come down here, have this go up here. They combine, we bring them further up. Move this to the side a little bit. Bam, completely out of the way. Alright, so I guess this one also needs to be moved a little bit, but past that we should be able to just copy paste the pipes, which is really what I was looking for by making it over here. I'm tired of doing pipes. Okay, wonderful. So let's set that up. Hopefully we can get the silver going without too much of a headache. I'm going to just copy paste how we have this specific subsection of pipes going. I noticed there's some gray pipes here. Ah, okay, you're only getting rid of excess tar. Oh my god, we have like no tar as is. Alright, admittedly we haven't run gelatinous tar in a little bit, so it's fine. We got altered components, which is the recipe that gives us more of the n-dimensional widgets, which is cool. Hopefully that'll be a nice one for us to utilize. Currently hurting on those ones. Honestly, it's going to be easier to line up like this, even though it's not like perfectly efficient. There we go. Make my life even more easy. Heck, the piping goes really far out. Wait, no, it shouldn't go that far out, right? No, it totally does. I should be able to trim the stuff on that far end, though. Oh, wait, no, it's perfect, right? Okay, no, it goes a little bit through here. That's fine. We can work with that. Okay, that actually doesn't work, though. This corner. That doesn't work. Okay, I can just do that, actually. Great, good enough. I mean, I could just bring it around here, too. This is good. This is easy. I'm not suffering at all. I love doing pipes, and I love doing fluids. It's my favorite. Alright, it's really not that bad. I also have it set up now so that this is going to be outputting on the same belt, which was absolutely a blunder. So I'm going to just move it back a few inches in hopes that that's not too bad for us and that it still connects just fine, because I want it to output on a different belt. Our own little happy belt here. Probably smarter to output on two different sides of the belt too. I'll have half of them go left, half of them go right. Roughly half, obviously. As it's an odd number. And I can't put 4.5 out on one side, I don't think. Go bots, be free into the night. Do not look at the horrid spaghetti that I'm bringing. Alright, steam goes through there. This one should now be easy to hook up. Oh, the cube's going for a ride. Roller Coaster Tycoon cube kind of goes crazy. Alright, I'm now obliterating another line of stuff, which is not the most ideal. What's going on here? Why are these so distant? Okay. The sulfuric acid going through here is gunked. I need to ungunkify it. It's been ungunkified. Almost fully, but not entirely fully, because I gunkified it once more. What do you mean different fluids? Ah, because you have sulfuric acid in you. I was like, what do you mean? You're supposed to be essential oils. Okay, so now everything should be fine, right? No, because you aren't plugged in yet to actually receive fluids. So nothing is fine, and everything is not fine. You're water, so you're exactly where you need to be. Perfect. And now you are going to be our refined tar. I'll just sneak you right through there. Honestly, I actually love this build. Now that that connected like that, it's pretty good. Roller Coaster Tycube? Oh, I'm stealing that as a stream title at some point. That's brilliant. I really like that. Maybe I won't steal it. But I do really like it a lot. right, so now we're making Mondo Sulfur. The issue is that we have Mondo Sulfur and it's really far away from where we want it to be. It's really not that bad in practice, though. I should really do a train, she says, making a giant belt of not train. How far off am I still? Ah, we're like practically there. It's not that bad. Look, they gave me the length of the factory. I'm going to use it. Really, though, I think I might need to start changing our design a lot. Okay. So sulfur is coming down here now. Wonderful. I also pushed Alt at some point. But now it's fixed. Sulfur swings down here. Let's make it one more to the side so it looks more symmetrical with our build. Sulfur inserts here. Explosives. Output here. I hope I did the ratios right. It's just sulfur, right? Everything else is good? Yeah. Great. What else do we need for our science? Concrete. Heck, I thought we were done, to be honest with you. Glad I didn't start celebrating just yet. Plug that in, plug that in. One more for good luck as well. And the sulfur should be going in. Our explosives should be rolling, which is good. Feel free, bad portmanteaus are my specialty. My wife will corroborate. I love that for you. Okay, let's plug this in over here. Alright, concrete to my memory was really simple to do, because normally it's kind of stinky and I put it off, but I think it was not stinky this time. Concrete. Okay, you know what? I thought it would show me the recipe. That's fine. The concrete maker is up here anyways. It is calcium, which you have an abundance of, sand, stone brick, and water. Stone bricks kind of come to mind as problematic, but everything else is fine. We have so much calcium, kind of an alarming amount of calcium, which has been really our issue the entire time. Let me place one of these and see exactly how many of these we're going to need. It looks like that is not it. Was it mean the chemical thingummy was? No, okay, I didn't see the recipe there. I was just being silly. Concrete, concrete, concrete. Ah, it's tab 1, okay. So you produce 1.25 concrete per second. You require 0.83, which is a very awkward number. 3 of them together are 2.5, so it's actually not that bad. It's just a 2 to 3 ratio again. So every 3 of these can be fed by 2 of these, which is exactly how it was for the chemical plant. So we'll just need 6 of them. Cool, simple. We'll make them on the side over here. I'm not too concerned about this as long as we can bring stone bricks over. The stone brick maker I have that doesn't really do anything is actually trying to kind of do stuff now. You produce 0.66 stone bricks per second. You consume 0.75, so it should probably make its own dedicated stack. It's probably a good idea. We have stone come in right here, so it seems like the perfect place to make a dedicated stone stack for it. Let me just copy that really quick and steal it. We'll line it up to... Okay, cool. So this will make 0.66. This consumes 0.75. 8 of these should be fine. I'm gonna make a new rule for you for time passed and make it an or. So time passed, we'll do 120 seconds and then we'll add an or for it. That way it'll keep bringing stuff because it's going to need to bring more stuff. Even if one of the lanes isn't full, we're going to be probably tapping into one of the lower lanes. So it'd be important to have... Where were we building? There it is. Cool. So let us do some undergrounds here so that we can grab our cube, which is now currently It's just doing stuff. Honestly, the cube is doing stuff. That's how you know we've made it and we've succeeded to an extent, is the cube is doing stuff, which I know sounds very silly, but the cube is doing stuff, and that's really all we need. That's a big win for us. Move this one more down, is it? One more down, perfect. These do consume stone pretty quickly, but one belt should be plenty. It shouldn't even need to be a blue belt. Cool. That's the stone completed. The other things are already on site here. Calcium and sand are very easy to come by. We have sand right here. I'd like to put them both in the same belt if we can. And there's sand and calcium right here. So let's go ahead and sneak them together up here. We are pulling a little bit heavily from the sand. I think that there's probably going to need to be a new sand maker, to be honest. I think that that might be in the cards. It's really just a question of how long I can put it up for and how long I need to stall until it becomes a real problem. Which I expect to be pretty soon, but that's okay. Because it's a future Miko problem, not a current Miko problem. And future Miko loves when current Miko leaves problems for future Miko. It's like a totally normal thing. And super appreciated, and I won't regret that later. Sweet, alright, sounds good. So this is just going to be water, which we have somewhere around here, right? We do right here. Now this is pumping water out of the system, right? I just realized this one has never been able to get rid of its water, so let's fix that really quick. So that might not be a good source since this is going to eat a lot of water. If we put it a little bit past it, it should be fine. So we'll do that. We'll finish another research. Efficiency modules. I can't even believe we're researching, to be honest with you. It shocks me each time that we're actually like getting research done. We're getting pretty close to where we need it. That should be good there. Do a few normal pipes over there, and then we'll do an underground so we can sneak it underneath here. Great. Perfect. That's not going to reach over there, so it's almost perfect. So hoping we can just do one line over, but this should be fine. Boom, plug it in, and we are good to go on that. So that is the water done, the calcium and the sand. I didn't bring the stone bricks over yet. We should probably actually craft the furnaces required for that, because those I don't think I automated. Future Miko is so smart she can solve anything. I'm glad someone has faith in her. I mean, I do too. Otherwise, I wouldn't leave all these problems for her. Honestly, I'm just like tired. I didn't sleep much last night. I don't know why I'm taking a bunch of stone bricks. Ultra Cube makes my brain turn into mush. And when my brain turns into mush, I just kind of stop going like, yeah, I'll deal with this problem now. And I go, nah, this can be for future me. I'll love it later. How's the power doing? You still running? The belts are looking admittedly a little bit scarce. Have you been down here in a while? There's so much to actually make. I'm guessing you just took a long time fueling other stuff and you're going to come down here in a little bit. It'll be all good. That's rough, hard to sleep in this heat. It's so true. It's crazy. You'd think that we would have like adapted and evolved at one point to be able to be more like heat resistant, but nah. I still take like critical damage from heat. Oh, our base is looking really cool. It's very messy at points, but I really like looking at the circuit board zoomed out. What was I doing? All right, I was going to grab some of this stuff so that I could make more of those furni, which is the plural of furnace. Don't look it up. And then we will plug them in over here, and then we will have our stone bricks good to go. Which means, and I feel like I'm prematurely celebrating by talking like this, but this should be the science packs done. Granted, I have not figured out how we're going to make the science packs make it to their destination yet, which is certainly something we'll have to do. But you know what? Look, we take what we can get right now. Cool. So those all have power now. Plug them in. Behold, concrete completed. And we'll bring those over here. Bring those. Actually, we want those to coalesce on the same belt, right? So we're going to just do it like this, and then like that. Simple. Now, we do need to actually get this into a place where our science machines can actually take them and then give some power to the bottom side of the science machine. So it's not totally done yet, but it's close to totally done. I hope that's everything. I'm not forgetting anything, right? No, it's everything for sure. Probably should have set up the power poles down there on that copy paste, but live and learn. Whoops, don't do that. I really want to make one of those very long-handed filter inserters. They're living rent-free in my head right now. Okay, cool. And there we go. Deep introspection card. Introspection is a crazy word for me to try and just throw off the dome piece. I was not quite prepared for that one. Took us 31 hours. The next science hopefully won't take too long. But we've started making our fourth science pack. Fourth and fifth are going to be close. The distance between second and third, or third and fourth, are quite large. Actually, let's go check what it is. I didn't see the number exactly. 10 hours versus 30. So I haven't made a science pack in 20 hours. That's kind of awful. But you know what? That's okay. That's why it took us so long to get through all the sciences. Alright, cool. So we have a new fancy schmancy science to hopefully bring up to here. If we can find a line to do so. Wow, it's actually a pretty smooth one. Really surprised it doesn't interfere with anything. Sweet. So as long as we can get the science pack over to here-ish, it'll be fine. It already is like right here, so it's not too far off. Really just getting it across the stone line and bringing it upward will be sufficient. Do I want to do it there? I could potentially save a little bit. Ooh, those science packs are kind of glowy. I kind of like them. Those science packs would taste good. 100%. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's bring that up there now. Anything else that we wanted to do? The line's right there. Cool. So we'll bring it alongside the sulfur. And that should be the science in. We haven't finished all the previous sciences. I never ended up improving the other science. That was on my to-do list too. My whole plan was like I made this whole stack and I was gonna improve how heckin' slow our blue science is, which is now just nestled in here. And instead I made this, which is very nice looking. But I feel so bad for the blue science. Why are those so slow? Oh, those have been feeding the heavy turbine for like ages. I forgot about that. Honestly, just put it in science. I'll occasionally micro a little bit. We're actually quite close to logistics networks too, so I can just set up a requester for that, right? What the heck's a cyclotron? Oh, right. This is the thing that like must be charged and takes like a ridiculous amount of power or something. Strange. Ultra fast logistics. Hold on. Purple belts. Those kind of go crazy. We can get Kovarex, which would be nice. Kovarex redemption process. Wait, that needs 2, 3, 4? Wait, what? Okay, so Kovarex needs 2, 3, 4 to do, which is awful. However, it does produce more 2, 3, 4 out of it. However, there's Kovarex redemption, which puts out a really varying amount of 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 8, and also radioactive sludge, which I'm so fearful is going to be used for something. Slugged uranium fuel cell. I see. Why would I want that? Oh, it makes 40. Okay, so it's more efficient. No, it's not more efficient. 50 would be more efficient, or as efficient, right? It's normally 1 to 10 for uranium. Am I crazy? What's the ratio? It is 1 to 10. I'm failing to see why this would be a good idea. I guess it uses up the sludge. I guess if I need more 2, 3, 4. Faster cube time? Oh, no. You're right, it is faster cube time. Everything boils down to faster cube time. This being said, we can start doing purple science recipes for now. I think bulk capacitor inserter bonus is better than basically anything else. Bulk inserter capacity bonus, whoops. As well as braking force. I think those are the two of the more important ones. We can also get a portable fission reactor, which is going to be nice for our backpack. Does that take 2, 3, 4 as well? It takes special processors. We'll hold off on that for the moment. We'll just focus on the actual like base upgrades that exist from these ones for the moment while we work on the other ones. Coal liquefaction. Oh, interesting. Excess of coal can be turned into tar. That's actually quite nice. Okay, I'm going to queue those up for now. I was going to go work on the other science, but genuinely, I think I'm going to just save that for next time. My brain's kind of turned into mush right now. I think speed modules might be the next play too. I'm going to make some notes for myself. So we're going to do here, we're going to do... this build is great and all, but really needs some speed. And I'll put it in caps lock so I totally won't forget it. Cool. So there's our purple sciences going in here. I think speed modules might be our best bet. I don't know if beacons are even available to us yet. We do have beacons, right? But they take beacon juice. I forgot. So we can get beacons, which is a nice upgrade as well, and get some yummy beacon juice for it. So cool. Our science will now be doing more sciencey stuff as time goes on. I want to work on that. We're going to call this one. Wait, there's another science. Because we have to work on the other one. I really like this build though. It looks really nice altogether. I'm glad we went for the mineral water distillation. I hope that it doesn't come back to bite me later, but I think that in theory it was a good idea to go for it. And I think we need to consider potentially upgrading our smelting. So we'll put a pin in that one and call it maybe more schmeltitude. All right, cool. Those are going to be the 3 things we'll work on next time. I think everything's looking mostly good. I do want to take a good chunk of those, whatever the heck they're called, the engine units, because there should be a boatload in a box over here. I guess I could have just requested to. There's the box. I'm going to just grab those. I'm going to transfer all of them over here because I would like this build to finish eventually. I don't think it's the most important thing of all time. At this point, because our power is currently doing okay, but it seems like we need a lot more power as we go on. Thankfully, we're able to maintain this 173 megawatts right now. I've noticed you didn't come up here. Why did you not come up here? I don't know. You should have come up here. Why didn't you come up here? I feel like you looped around. Maybe you didn't, and it was just in my head. I feel like you totally just looped around. Is there a way that you circumvent it altogether? It goes up. Weird. You should have done a few of these by now. I was keeping an eye on it. The fact that we built up 29 shows that something's going wrong there. Oh, what is it? It gets on the path here with the right ruling. Is there a way that it rips off the path? Expanded tanks researched. Ah, okay. It's going down here. Presumably because the oil is too high at times, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing it's skipping because of this. I can't see another reason why it would. This is the only, like, shortcut to not make it to the end. That doesn't really make sense either. Very peculiar. I'm gonna quickly watch it. Let it run its cycle until it reaches the power. Just to make sure it goes the right way and figure out what's going wrong. After that, I'm probably gonna wrap up stream though. Today is Wednesday, so tomorrow I'm probably gonna do Bat to the Heavens. It was really fun to do on stream the last few times, so I think we'll do that. And keep Factorio probably until next week. Maybe we'll do Factorio tomorrow, but I doubt it. I'd like to do Bat, I think, as a change of pace. Following that, though, on Friday, we'll be doing Final Fantasy II because we started that, made a little bit of progress on it. And I'd like to see where the story goes since it's starting to pick up, which is very fun. So tonight might be the last day of Factorio for the week, unless I'm available on the weekend. I'm not against streaming on weekends, too. But this might be the last Factorio day of the week. We'll see. I also might just do Factorio tomorrow if I'm not feeling it. I've been having some shoulder pain lately, and That to the Heavens takes like a pretty generous amount of tapping, and if it's going to be a not pleasant experience, then I'll probably just hold off for a little bit and do some more Factorio because it's a lot more chill. But I really like That to the Heavens. I've been having so much fun playing it lately. Getting those better, these things will be so nice too. I should just go rescue it from the process, but I'm gonna let it run naturally. Once this gets to 0, the rest of them will be basically done, so it'll only get stuck once. We made a lot of good progress today, though. We did. Our base is looking really, really impressive. I mean, impressive is the wrong word. I guess it's looking wide. I don't know if wide is a great way to describe a base. I am concerned going forward that these rare earth metals are not going to last. We started with 5.6, we're down to 4, and you can see that the drills on the outer side aren't drilling anymore. So it's probably going to be time to look for another one. Maybe we'll just start setting roboports in random directions. I know we have some around. Right here we have 1.5 million, but I'm looking for like a 20 million, you know? Something real significant. We could also just take the car and go for a ride. No downside in that. I also hope we don't run out of deep core ore too quickly. I don't remember what it was at, but the fact that it does 575 per second leads me to believe it's probably not going to be a forever solution. Ah, cool. You're going through the process once more. Alright, so this is my other expectation of where it breaks. This should be fine. Making a bunch of goo. Our matter replication gel looks good. You now go up through here. You get repaired because you need the repairing. Maybe you just take a really long time to get around the base now. I guess it's not that surprising. But again, we're building with that in mind. We're building with the expectation that the cube might not be in a corner for a very long period of time. Needs to be run for steam apparently, so it's going to run steam up a little bit. A lot of it? Wait, what are you reading? It's reading the steam entirely wrong. It must be attached to multiple things at once. There's probably another steam tank somewhere in this green line that it's reading. There it is. It's that steam tank right there. Okay, so what is this being fed to? That pump specifically. And over there. This bottom one specifically. Why is that one even connected? You're reading the steam. I guess I'm gonna just change that cable to red. I was wondering why it kept doing that. Okay, I'm gonna just use a red cable to come up here. Hopefully that fixes the problem. Should be able to read the steam that it wants to see. Now you should see... What? You still see it? Why do you still see it? Isn't it just one tank? Oh god, there's too many wires. There's another steam tank somewhere it's reading. Where the heck are you reading it? Can I look for steam tank? Aw, heck, this is a real problem actually. Wait, did the cube go up here? It didn't. How did it not? What happened? I wasn't paying attention. It did go up here because I saw it come down this line. But it only made one. Did it make any? It had to have because I saw it come out of there. I didn't pay enough attention. This is no longer connected to the right spot anymore. That's what it is. Heck. Alright, so that's working fine. But I wonder why the steam is broken. How did that happen? Well, I guess we'll just look for steam tanks and see if they connect. I don't really see a lot of steam tanks though. It's not touching that one at all anymore. That's not connected. Oh no. Where is a steam tank? I mean, it might not be doing that too. There could be something else reading, right? Like if something is outputting that specific input, it could be wrong. It's reading 20K as well. Just follow the cable around. Cable dies over here. It doesn't go all the way down. It does go up. Do I have steam up there? Is that what it is? Where the heck is the steam reading coming from? I can keep it simple, I guess, if nothing else. I can disconnect these and then connect them to the other side. And hopefully that'll work. Okay, now you're actually at 20K, but beforehand you were reading much higher. But now you're reading the proper number. These were reading way too high and not inserting when it's below 10K, but now it is. Whatever, I don't know why that was. Maybe it was because of something funky with this, like it was doubling the reading. But now this is checking properly to feed. So good. Great. That's fixed as well. What a headache. Might as well keep it a little spicy at the end. I do want to nab the cube really quickly. After it finishes making the deep solution, I think. Cool. Once there's like a little buffer of it, it looks like it just swings by every now and then. And I want to have it go make a bunch of nuclear fuel cells just because I don't want to bump into it later on and go, this is a problem, you know? I just put the cube on the ground. All right, Cube. Honestly, that's probably the first time you've ever felt something that wasn't like belt or machine or inserter. Maybe that was a new experience for you. I mean, I guess you've been on train before too. Okay, no, wait. This is breaking now too. Okay, we need to change the rules on this one as well. Update rules for nuclear. Nuclear. That's fine. Because it is skipping nuclear on occasion because it sees that we have enough fluid. I can probably do that right now really quick with a combinator. I keep thinking I'm going to wrap up, but I'm like, there's more to do. Okay, so let's disconnect this and instead plug it in here. These are now separate circuits though, so we probably want to put this back in case it needs to read stuff over there. We will have it check. Can I steal this rule and put it in there? No, I cannot. This one specifically is looking for the amount of fluid. We'll add a condition here. It's going to be very simple. It's going to be looking for that fluid condition we were looking before, which is the gelatinous tar. I think I had it at 16K. It was at 16K. So I have to go at 16K, and so we'll do an or for this one now. I guess an and. It needs to be and. So if it is above 16K, and let's go grab the signal that we have over here, which I'm going to just use a combinator for so I can use red wire to send it, I think. I'm getting really stressed sending green wire around places. It's really messing me up. And then we'll have you check for greater than 0. Oh my gosh, we ran out of ingots over there. I'll need to fix that too. So greater than 0, I picked the wrong thing. I picked Covarex enrichment process, which is like what we want. And then you'll output this as a 1. Great. I need to plug that in really quick, but from here it should be simple. I was kind of joking before when I was saying they should add a bunch more wire types, but now I really want a bunch more wire types, like unironically. Alright, and this is going to specifically look for if there is a signal that says this at a value of 1. And if both of those are, I guess, not a value of 1. Because if that's 1, it wants stuff. And if both of those are met, it'll skip the area. So we can just get rid of that one right now. And now we need to change it for the output of this being... I guess I'll just make it the cube. Make cube equal to 1. So if cube is equal to 1, because this is a cube time save, set it to 1 on both sides, and if cube is equal to 1, you let cube go past. And if cube is not equal to 1, you want it to go upwards, and cube is not equal to 1. It should just work when I plug this in, hopefully. Cool. Cube is not equal to 1, therefore it won't put out cube. Or I guess not cube. Why did you stop working, buddy? You was supposed to work. I guess because you started... Okay, no, this is fine. The reason you stopped working is actually quite logical. It's because it ran through like a big cycle of them. Each one of these takes only 20 rare earth metals, but it just did like a bunch of them in a row, so I guess we just didn't have a good buffer of them. I think it would have worked fine otherwise. It just happened to end up kind of unfortunate. Oh, this is so nice. This is so much better. I'm glad we fixed this. Oh, everything always has problems though. But cool, good progress. We got our fourth science pack down. We started to get that going. Got a lot of train stuff popping out now. The cube now has like the ability to ride trains effectively. I don't remember if we did that today or yesterday, but it's doing it a lot better now. I think we did it yesterday, so we'll assume we did an improvement to it today. Yeah, everything else is looking good. Again, probably a Back to the Heavens tomorrow, unless my shoulder's all gunked up. Then we'll do more Factorio. Either you're doing Final Fantasy on Friday, because you gotta remember, it is Final Fantasy Friday. I know what you're thinking with alliteration. It could also be Factorio Friday, but I don't want to hear it, okay? You've once more gotten stuck. We gotta set one more condition, heck. I thought we were all good to go, but I was wrong. I keep thinking it makes 1,000, but it only makes 250. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. In theory, it should always be like good to continue a bunch before it actually goes. But just because I had to do so much at once is kind of gunky. We'll fix it one more time. We got a 234. We hit the 1 in 1,000. That's awesome. I don't know why I'm so excited about that. I didn't think I was going to be so excited about it. But then it happened and I was like, is this the highlight of my day? I'm going to babysit it until it gets through all the 235. And again, our belt is looking really good now. Completely backed up. We shouldn't run out of nuclear power on one of our 4 things. To be determined if we'll run out on the other one. Alright, this is plenty now. I'm going to have it run through... Oh, you're still in the machine. You just went on that side. I'm gonna have it run through this one more time. And then I'm gonna just put it back into the system. And then we're gonna save and then we're gonna take a break. So this was a lot of fun. Hopefully you also had fun. I had a pleasant time, that's for sure. Again, tomorrow probably a Bat to the Heavens. I really don't know how long the game is. I can't imagine it's that long, but we'll play through it and everything. We'll work on the next science pack when we play again. If we don't do Back to the Heavens tomorrow, we will do Factorio tomorrow. Definitely Final Fantasy on Friday, though, so please look forward to it. It'll be a fun time. But yeah, hopefully you had a nice time. I know that I didn't. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Hi, Coach, but also bye, Coach. Have a good one. Bye.